Hello, everyone, and welcome to day one of our Global Amazon Vendor Summit. Thank you so much for joining us. It is absolutely great to have you here. For those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Paul Sonneveld, and I'm the co-founder of Merchant Spring, and I also host Marketplace Masters, a weekly Amazon vendor-focused podcast that many of you will recognize me from. I am genuinely delighted to be facilitating this event. This is the first time we are running the event in a truly global format. And we've put a lot of work into making sure that these 2 days are practical, relevant, and worth your time. I want to say a special thank you to those of you for whom this is actually your second summit with us. It's fantastic to have you back. Your support and feedback are a big part of why we're able to keep raising the bar. Now, before we jump into the content and get started, I do want to acknowledge and thank our sponsors. We truly couldn't run this summit without them. So first of all, I want to thank ProfitGuard by Wake. So ProfitGuard is a specialist recovery service for 1P vendors, helping reclaim lost margin from shortages, co-op discrepancies, invoice errors, and other deductions, fixing the root causes so they don't keep recurring. They've worked very hard to put together an exclusive offer for all summit attendees. You can claim a free vendor account audit from ProfitGuard within 24 hours to find out how much Amazon may owe you across shortages and other deductions, your likely recovery rate, and a list of quick wins to reduce future issues. Please head to our sponsors page. There'll be a link coming up soon on our event website to access it. And secondly, of course, this one is a little closer to home. Thank you to my dear colleagues here at Merchant Spring. Merchant Spring is the leading marketplace analytics platform for vendors and agencies, and really helps turn complex multi-channel data into clear, actionable insights that drive growth and profitability. Now, the sales team here at Merchant Spring has also put together an exclusive offer for attendees, which is 30% off the Amazon vendor plan for all new subscriptions starting before the end of this year. So again, please visit our sponsors page on the event website to grab your details. All right, let's get into why we are here. This summit is all about giving you practical insights and takeaways that you can apply in 2026. We're not far away now, and this is exactly the time we need to be thinking about how to build on the learnings from this year and set ourselves up for an even stronger 2026. Over the next 2 days, you will hear from experts across North America, the UK, Italy, Germany, and Australia, a genuine cross-section of regions and perspectives. And the goal here is really to give you a global lens, not just a single market view. Now, just a quick note on logistics on how we'll be running things since today is a virtual summit. The primary platform we are going to be using today is StreamYard for both speakers and attendees. You should all have received a link, and StreamYard really is our preferred way to join because it gives us the best way to interact with one another, to share questions and learn together in real time. However, things do tend to go wrong every now and then, so we also have backup streams on LinkedIn and on YouTube for redundancy. Just in case anyone experiences technical issues, just head to the relevant Merchant Spring pages there and you'll find those streams. So if StreamYard ever does drop out for you, you won't miss a thing. But please, if you can, please default to StreamYard for the best experience. Now, we also want to encourage you, if you haven't already, to complete a very short survey using Mentimeter, and I'll get back to that in a little bit later, where we're using Mentimeter for the expert panel as well. There's a QR code here on the screen on the right-hand side that you can scan, or you can just head to mentimeter.com and enter the code 31999030. This is really to help us tailor the sessions and make sure that we are actually addressing what matters most to you and create value for you. Now, here is how day one will run. You can see the agenda here. Today, we have approximately a 5-hour program with 7 expert speakers covering different aspects of how you can prepare for 2026. Now, the brief to each speaker is I've asked them each to present for about 20 to 25 minutes on a very specific topic and leave 5 to 10 minutes for Q&A immediately after each session, focusing specifically on that topic. If you've got further questions or perhaps broader questions that cut across multiple topics, don't worry. We will close out day one with an expert Amazon vendor panel. And I'm very grateful that most of the speakers today have agreed to make themselves available during the panel, so you will be able to ask them anything. Which leads us to the question, well, how to participate and interact. And this is where it gets a little tricky, but I do want to just go over it. So in terms of Q&A, we're actually going to run 2 formats. For the speaker sessions, our preferred way to ask questions is just through the StreamYard chat. You'll see it alongside this video. And if you're watching via the backup streams, you can just post your questions in the LinkedIn comments or in the YouTube comments. They'll all filter into this platform, and I will post them directly during our presenters as part of their sessions. However, for the Amazon vendor panel at the end of today, which is an extended open Q&A, we'll direct you to Mentimeter. There is a, let me make sure I've got the right slide for you all here. We'll direct you there to a Q&A section. That's the last part of the survey, where you can not only submit questions, you can also upvote or downvote other questions. That way, the most pressing topics rise to the top, and we can tackle as many things as possible. Now, the other thing I do want to just let you know, if you are experiencing any issues at all, I don't know whether Rachel has a camera on there. Rachel is working very hard. Many of you have interacted with Rachel over the last few years, but Rachel is working very hard behind the scenes to keep everything running as smoothly as possible. Make sure you support it. So if you do need any support, you can actually contact her on, here we go, I've got it somewhere here, on webinars at merchantspring.io, and she will do and help you out if you experience any difficulties at all. So thank you, Rachel. All right, now before we jump into our first session, I just wanted to have a really quick look at our results here from our Mentimeter. Obviously, this is still filling in at the moment, but let's just have a look at our attendees here. Let me add this to the stage. There we go. All right, so as you can see, we've got a great representation here of our audience. We have Amazon vendors, we have hybrid sellers, we have service providers, and I guess technically I'm a software provider, so we should probably have 1 vote in that column as well. We'll keep checking this result as we go through it. Perhaps more interestingly is, what is your biggest challenge when it comes to Amazon vendor, particularly as we look ahead into 2026. You can see we're starting to get a range of responses. Profitability and chargebacks, more than a quarter of you have indicated that is your biggest challenge. Well, I'm glad to say that we must have got something right about the agenda for the next 2 days, because we're going to be tackling that quite heavily, as well as vendor negotiation and terms, which we've got a great session coming up for you right now. All right, well, that is the setup. I appreciate, apologies for the long logistical piece there, but let's really jump into our first session here. With me today, I have Martin Heubel, founder of Consulterce, a leading voice in the Amazon 1P space. Now, many of you know Martin spent several years at Amazon in Europe managing key vendor relationships, and he is here to share what winners do differently in AVN negotiations. Expect plenty of sharp, field-tested pointers you can take straight into your 2026 planning. Martin, it's great to have you. Welcome.
Hi, Paul. Thank you so much for having me. It's really a pleasure to rejoining the stage at the Vendor Summit. Very exciting lineup. I think a lot of things have changed since we last spoke. And of course, for any of us or a few joining us today, you will have seen that, there's certainly more and more that Amazon is throwing at brands like ourselves in vendor negotiations and our typical conversations that we're having with them. And so it's ever more important to really look at what is really happening behind the scenes. Why is Amazon still focused so much on profitability? And more importantly, how can we ourselves position us in the best possible way to, first of all, prepare for these increasingly tensionful becoming discussions, and also safeguard and protect our own profitability while not disrupting our sales growth, considering that Amazon remains one of the kind of key channels for our brand and our brands to generate volume growth in 2026 and beyond. So without further ado, let me share my screen. You should be able to see it by now, and we'll dive right into it. Just before we go into the content, a few words about myself. For anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Martin Heubel. Used to work as a vendor and then senior category manager at Amazon here over in Europe in various categories, product categories such as home housewares, but then also in the consumer products space, particularly in grocery. Before around 5 years ago, I then transitioned into my role as an independent consultant, now helping first-party vendors really kind of address all of these commercial challenges that they're facing with Amazon on a day in and day out basis. And when we are talking about annual vendor negotiations, one of the things that I always encourage brands to look at is at the wider context, right? So in which kind of commercial context are we currently negotiating in, and what has really happened over the last few years? Specifically in 2025, when we polled 180 vendor representatives about their experience on vendor negotiations, a staggering 71% cited some form or degree of challenges during their vendor negotiations. And if you've ever heard the kind of subject from your leadership teams saying to you, hey, please just kind of get the negotiation out of the way, don't disrupt your sales, don't disrupt our margins, and kind of do avoid some kind of trade disruption, well, then you'll probably have vastly disappointed your leadership teams. But I can assure you that this is more the standard and the norm, with vendor negotiations on average lasting around 3.5 months. So the expectation that we can just brush off our vendor negotiations very quickly, sometimes it works, but the majority of brands actually are facing more prolonged challenges, more prolonged discussions. And as a result of that, Amazon has become very good in pushing through their own negotiation narratives and also their negotiation demands. On average, Amazon achieved a plus 91 basis points increase in their trade terms. This follows last year in 2024, where Amazon on average increased trade terms by 69 basis points. So clearly Amazon is doing something right, and clearly the growing dependency of a lot of brands on Amazon as a growth channel is taking its toll. Now the average trade term basis now sits at around 19%. And out of all of those brands who participated in the survey and study that I conducted together with Ross Deeringer and Claire McBride from Stratably, we saw that half of all brands actually highlighted that those AVNs have a negative impact to their Amazon margin. But we also saw that the majority of brands actually says, hey, our margins with Amazon are still more favorable compared to other retailers. So they're still fairly profitable as an overall customer for us. Now, this points us to a couple of challenges. First up, that there's growing dependency, and Amazon can lean into this trade relationship quite a lot. 50%, so 1 in 2 vendors, actually saw punitive measures being applied as part of their vendor negotiations. So vendor managers certainly becoming very progressive in getting their demands heard from vendors. On the flip side, even though that vendors have to make concessions, they still feel that Amazon is fairly favorable, yet a very complex becoming retail customer. And we can see when we're looking at how complex this retailer really is, when we are looking at just the different touch points that Amazon affects these days in our own organizations. Specifically, if we've been tasked to improve the margins with the customer Amazon, you will quickly realize that your sales operations team will not necessarily be able to shoulder the target setting and the target achievement all by themselves. In effect, you will have to have a very cross-functional alignment with your media and marketing teams, your logistics teams, your finance teams, in order to really understand, first of all, what is the total cost to serve Amazon, first and foremost, but then second of all, also, how do our brand and marketing strategies play into our portfolio mix strategies? So are we activating the right type of products? Or do we actually see that potentially we are creating our own margin headwinds by leaning in too much against products that, yes, make sense from a traditional national price promotional activation point of view, but no longer when we're actually trying to skew attention from end shoppers towards items that are profitable for us, but also increasingly profitable for Amazon, so that we can avoid any type of sales suppressions, right? In the world of Amazon, this often refers to crap, so an item that cannot realize any profit, which then often sees also restrictions and suppressions in its buy box. And so if we're really zooming out for a second and we're looking at improving our margins with Amazon as part of our vendor negotiations, I always encourage each brand to look beyond just the sales operation team and really make brand marketing, but also their logistics and finance team part of the equation, and being a real proponent internally in your organization about capturing the kind of pain points, capturing the process bottlenecks that each of those teams experience on a day in and day out basis, so that you can also come prepared into your vendor negotiation and highlight where there's potential opportunity to grow the account going forward, but where there is also opportunity to potentially hold Amazon's own shortcomings to the vendor manager and to hold them account for that. Now, what I just said is really encapsulated on this chart here, and it particularly means that if you're facing constantly certain pain points with Amazon, let it be the late order placement, or let it be a very late setup of a certain Prime Day deal, for example, because our AVS just didn't get to it, or because we do not have really access to a very good buying forecast. And there's simply just an erratic behavior from an ordering standpoint from Amazon. This typically translates in most of vendor negotiations that I'm seeing into anecdotal complaints that we will be tabling to our vendor manager, saying, hey, we lost a lot of volume, we lost a lot of margin opportunity because you didn't place these orders to us. But what I would really encourage each and every one of us listening today and watching today to conduct as an exercise internally is to just start with a simple Excel sheet, capturing throughout the months of 2025 and then also in 2026, all of those little pain points and process defects that have led to either an impact on your top or bottom line. Now, when we're looking at, for example, the first ideation or example here, the late order placement, because we didn't have access to a good forecast from Amazon, and AVS potentially also didn't help us to get a better understanding of how much volume is to be ring-fenced for them for an upcoming Black Friday or Cyber Monday event. We typically understand how much volume was impacted by it. So if Amazon placed a larger order and we didn't have the volume ring-fenced available, we can say, okay, maybe 1,000 units were impacted by this that we couldn't necessarily sell to Amazon. For each of those units, we could also know at what value, at what cost price we're selling this product to Amazon. So we know what shipped COGS value, so to say, those impacted units have. And we also know at what net PPM these products that were affected by it stood at. So we can do two things. We can highlight to Amazon on the first end, look, we actually lost quite a significant amount of top line growth because of certain process shortcomings. But on the flip side, we also saw that your net PPM was actually quite impacted by it, leading to the result that you yourself were missing your net PPM targets. And now you just want us to kind of compensate you for that, even though the process error originated in a lack of the adequate AVS support that we expected from you. Now, what this exercise allows you to do is really to capture all of those process defects, pain points, however you want to call it, throughout the year, and to put a number against it so that we do not have to rely against anecdotes or rely on certain statements of what we feel is unfair, but we can actually quantify it and highlight to Amazon, hey, these issues really kind of impact our joint process development and business development. And it also helps you to really formulate more concrete asks that you would like to get out of the AVN at the same time. For example, hey, give us monthly forecasts for those deal events. Give us an order volume commitment at least 60 days before the deal is actually executed. Even though Amazon may not always be able to kind of accommodate those requests, it positions you very strongly to actually get your demands heard on the one side, but also to kind of hold Amazon accountable for their own shortcomings, eroding the kind of narrative that they're starting and trying to put onto you by saying, hey, you didn't receive or achieve your net PPM target, and now it's time to kind of give us some form of margin support. And this positioning is really what separates those brands who are getting out of vendor negotiations what they want, compared to those who are very reactive, compared to those that are just wait and see what Amazon presents to them, and then finding themselves in a pickle because they're having to retract and they're having to actually try to defend themselves. It's much better in any kind of vendor negotiation situation to be very proactive, to actually set the frame under which you're willing to negotiate. And thereby, we also need to mirror the kind of way that Amazon often itself negotiates. They're having very bold targets. They're anchoring your teams, your sales operations teams, at their best case negotiation outcome, which explains why they're asking often for cost price discounts, for trade term increases, all the while keeping you accountable to their artificially set net PPM targets, to which we'll come in a second. So the question here is, how should we open our negotiation? If our minimum negotiation target is what we're seeing here on the left-hand side of this chart, maybe to secure 10% growth in 2026, and we want to maintain our trade terms, so not increase our exposure and investments next year, what is the best strategy to table our opening offer to Amazon? Should we just be very open and transparent about this? Or should we potentially tell Amazon that we only want to achieve flat growth next year so that we then can achieve more without having to pay for it? Now, especially the latter logic is to a certain extent flawed and deviates from the way that we are conducting and may conduct business with other retailers. But if you're having to achieve a 10% growth target next year, my recommendation is not to communicate to Amazon that you actually expect just a flat growth. The reason being is that if you're then growing by actually 5, 7, 8%, your vendor manager is very much incentivized to introduce friction into your overall vendor business. Could be buy box suppressions, could be crap, could be other mechanisms that are designed to slow your growth because your vendor manager feels that if you're outgrowing the originally set growth ambition in your vendor negotiations, they are not equivalently participating in it. Because once again, Amazon particularly looks at a relative net PPM, not at its absolute cash margin. So what we need to do from a positioning perspective in our kickoff meeting and in the early stages of our vendor negotiation is actually the counterintuitive. Anchor them at a fairly high ambition when it comes to your growth. So if you're having to achieve 10%, well, maybe anchor them at 15 or 20% growth, so that if your vendor manager then reveals their cards and says, okay, for this 20% growth, I require 2 or 3% more investment from you, your brand teams can actually retract and say, this is way too expensive for us. Let's maybe just agree on 15 or 10% in growth, but in exchange for a much lower investment as well. It helps you to force Amazon's hand, and to call their bluff whenever they're putting a very high price tag against an inflated growth figure that you have communicated in the first place to them. Again, the positioning strength is defined by your opening offer. So do not undersell the value that you bring to the table, and do your homework. Be aware of how much market share you have and how your visible share on the virtual shelf has improved, declined, or been flat over the last 6 to 12 months. And base your negotiation story based on your best case scenario here. The second part that increasingly concerns vendors is Amazon's net PPM focus. And it's clear that net PPM is and forms and continues to form Amazon's North Star metric in vendor negotiations also in 2026 and beyond. Now, a lot of us will have expected Amazon to finally retract and to let go of its profitability focus. We've seen more muted volume growth as incoming US tariffs were certainly unfolding, new challenges. Consumers' discretionary income is not necessarily on the rise, so shoppers are becoming more value-oriented and benefit-seeking. But that doesn't mean necessarily that Amazon says we are just focusing on growth now. In fact, for 2026, Amazon is expected to balance its growth with profitability ambitions. So while we'll see a softer stance on profitability, it's not going to go anywhere at all. And that means that vendor managers typically will continue their conversation about net PPM targets, which means that we also have to critically ask ourselves, is this the right metric to actually lead and lean the negotiation on? Because net PPM is significantly flawed as a KPI when you're looking at what it actually entails. And when you're also looking at what actually sits below it, when we're talking about all of those elements that we may have been actively improving on, for, and with Amazon. Examples include, you may have actually launched a direct import, a vendor flex, or other supply chain initiatives designed to reduce the cost footprint, both for yourself, but also for Amazon, in the storage or variable handling and shipping costs. You may have launched products that are frustration-free in its packaging or ship in their own container. Or you may have actually improved your product detail page content, which have improved conversion rates, but reduced the actual number of customer returns. Meaning that Amazon also had cost savings because they needed to pay for fewer shipping labels for shoppers to return the goods to its warehouses. Yet, your net PPM would never reflect any of those initiatives because all of those margin tailwinds will only be reflected in what we call the contribution margin that sits way below Amazon's net PPM. Vendor managers will try to focus you on their net PPM targets because it's a path of least resistance. It includes cost prices, selling prices, and your trade terms, as it is defined in Vendor Central. But if you ask about how all of these initiatives impact Amazon's margins, vendor managers will often be quick to tell you that this flows not into net PPM and instead into their CM, yet they will never talk about it. And of course, it's a tactic to distract brands towards a metric that is much more volatile and that is much more in favor of Amazon to put and direct the focus towards to. Because as soon as your net PPM declines, vendor managers are starting to ask for cost compensation, whereas they will never reveal how potentially their contribution margin has improved over the last few years. And while it's difficult sometimes to put a price tag against it, on how much our actions actually drive in cost savings for Amazon, because Amazon is not sharing this with us, we need to still also create a narrative that focuses on the CM level and hold our Amazon teams accountable by trying as best as we can to quantify the impact of those operational efficiencies that we've just handed over and that we've actively been developing and introducing into the joint business over the last 6, 12, and 24 months. So make sure you're not only looking at net PPM targets and you're not aligning ideally on net PPM targets in the first place, but rejecting this KPI almost because it does not truly capture all of the cost and profit centers that you are actually able to manipulate when it comes to Amazon's margin performance, at least indirectly. So a few key takeaways. Vendor negotiations in 2026 are not necessarily going to become any easier. Amazon will keep focusing on net PPM targets. And if net PPM targets are not enough, or you already are at around 45 to 50% in net PPM, vendor managers will likely pivot and talk all of a sudden about new supply chain initiatives that become mandatory. So it's critical for us to collaborate across functions. Because if we are seeing negotiations as an annual event where we'll just improve or reduce our trade investments, we will not create a sustainable business with them. We need to bring our finance, logistics, and brand and marketing teams on to the table in order to effectively create a holistic and integrated negotiation strategy that looks at the different touch points where Amazon has an impact on our holistic customer P&L. And that means we also need to define concrete AVN targets that not only look at how well or how long it took us to get Amazon to accept a cost price increase, but also at the concessions we had to make elsewhere in our P&L to kind of offset any of the demands that Amazon potentially introduced as part of the AVN. Supply chain initiatives, a refocus of our retail media and advertising investments, and potentially a reprioritization of how and where we spend our price promotional budgets can be part of that equation. But as we discussed earlier, we do not need to reveal all of those levers from the get-go. Instead, don't forget to anchor Amazon, especially on your best case scenario. Yes, this may mean that it's becoming a little bit more uncomfortable in your trade discussions because Amazon will anchor you at their biggest target and you will anchor them at your best case scenario. But it then allows to kind of use the remaining weeks and months of your AVN to really start talking about value-adding benefits that both parties can introduce into the joint relationship and to become more creative about how potentially margin targets can be reached instead of just talking about cost support or margin support, but by also introducing other initiatives such as supply chain, portfolio changes that can help you to not only uncover your commercial leverage, but also stabilize and remove the friction that we may have seen in our trade partnership with the online retailer over the recent months. Most importantly, however, make sure that you define your escalation triggers internally. Now, this means you'll need to align with your leadership teams on how much and what level of friction you're even willing to introduce into the negotiation. If you want to reduce your trade investment exposure by a few percentage points and you have significant growth targets, well, you will likely face more difficult vendor negotiations because your vendor manager will not just say, great, I will grow you at a lower margin. So are we ready to accept at least a temporary disruption to our buy box availability? Are we comfortable with this kind of friction compared to the landscape of retailers that we are trading with at the same time? Or does Amazon actually form such a strategic growth channel for us that we do not have the opportunity to implement any friction into this trade relationship? By which time we probably need to pivot and look more at diversification strategies than just the AVN strategy in isolation. So hopefully that gave you a good overview about some practical kind of advice and frameworks on how to prepare and how to also engage in the initial stages of your vendor negotiations. And now I'm very much looking forward to the questions that we're having from everyone joining us today.
Thank you so much, Martin. That was a great way to kick off day one. Really appreciate the insights and the perspectives, and going pretty deep into the mindset of the Amazon vendor manager as well. I think that's just so helpful as we prepare and negotiate. So that's really fantastic. So yeah, for the rest of our audience now, we've got a little bit of time with Martin. He has agreed to come back for our panel as well towards the end of today, but we've got a little bit of time to ask some questions. We've got a couple of them come through already. And if you have a burning question for Martin, this is the time you get to interact with him live. He's a hard man to get hold of. So just pop them in the comments section here on StreamYard or on LinkedIn or YouTube. So let me kick off, Martin, with a question we received before the summit. Let me just have a look here, see if we can bring that up. Oh, all of a sudden the question comment starts scrolling down. Here we go. All right. This is one I just put on YouTube before. With vendor managers increasingly checked out, I guess this is, and this is a little different depending on which geography you are in. Is the investment in AVS, the Amazon Vendor Services, do you see that purely as an insurance policy for crisis management, or is there real value in there in terms of driving growth?
Great question. I really like it. Look, the answer really depends on how relevant you are for Amazon in your category. You see that a lot of vendors are frustrated with the AVS because they often don't know how to unlock the best value out of it. But that's the easy answer. That's not necessarily capturing the full truth, right? Because oftentimes your AVS will not only work on your account, but work on 6, 7 other accounts at the same time. So realistically, they will spend most of their resources on those vendors who have the largest category share, and the fewest time, or the littlest time, on those brands that are not necessarily moving the needle as much for both themselves as well as their vendor manager in the category. So most of you will fall into the foundational stages, as I call it, when it comes to the service level that you will be receiving from Amazon. That means they will be very reactive in resolving your issues. They will mostly force Amazon-defined KPIs on you, right? So, trying to improve your confirmation rates, trying to kind of get the IDSQ score up, etc. And oftentimes you will face a little bit of ambiguity when it comes to the ownership of certain tasks. Oftentimes they will just say, raise a ticket in Vendor Central and escalate it to me if you do not hear back or if it doesn't resolve within a certain time period. And that is very frustrating for, I think, any brand who invests several hundreds of thousands of dollars into a service. Now, on the flip side, 2 things. Yes, particularly to the participants' question, it is an insurance policy. Because imagine you're selling products that were flagged by a customer and then now are classified by Amazon as a customer safety hazard. Most of your portfolio would be immediately taken down or yanked by Amazon. And with AVS, you have a good chance of getting your portfolio reinstated within probably a few days at an absolute maximum. If you do not have AVS, you're quickly in a pickle and you have to basically figure it out with the case support in Vendor Central, which can take sometimes weeks to resolve very simple issues. So it can be devastating for your business, particularly if you're an exclusive vendor that does not have the capabilities or abilities to sell alternatively and pivot to a seller central or hybrid model. So yes, what I say is AVS absolutely mandatory for any brand selling through Vendor Central. Yes, it should be, because it's probably one of the terms with the highest return on investment based on what I just said. It is an insurance policy, but that doesn't mean that you have to kind of agree to what Amazon communicates to you as a rate card. We can always pivot and shift investments away from base accruals like co-op or automated marketing to ensure that you can meet the requirements for the AVS rate card that is being communicated by Amazon. And if you're increasing your investment exposure, that also positions you at the same time to ask for a better service level rate card. So this would then enter this kind of enablement stage, as I call it, where you define as part of your commitment to invest and continue your investment into AVS, joint reporting cycles such as MBRs and QBRs, where also the vendor manager is bound to be joining at least several times a year. So you have this kind of structured business cadence. You potentially get access to quarterly Kaizen workshops to address any kind of issues that you're having in your joint supply chain. And you also create some incentives for the AVS team to have a more shared sellout accountability, right? Where you define clear deal timelines, order cutoff dates, and also try to align on a joint forecast as much as it is possible so that you get more guidance out of AVS.
Thanks, Martin. And reminder for our audience, we do have to have a session that goes much deeper into AVS tomorrow as well. So make sure to tune in for that. And our next question comes from Emily O'Toole. She asks, what if your net PPM is 49%, but Amazon says your CP is negative? I mean, what is our negotiating power when they won't share details on CP?
Yeah, I mean, look, right, there's probably two extreme spectrums in which this could be potentially true. And this is usually when you sell a lot of ultra low ASP products, so anything below $5, pounds, euros equivalent, or if you're selling very heavy, very bulky products, so those that really do not fit in standard parcel dimensions. And where the issue of the unprofitability that Amazon communicates to you at the CP level, so contribution profit level, is not necessarily driven by your cost price basis or the level you invest into trade terms, because if you're achieving 49% in net PPM, you're typically overexposed into both of those. But it means that there is a structural cost center that really drives down profitability for Amazon in the variable handling and shipping costs. So if I were you, I would really pivot the conversation towards the root cause of that unprofitability and try with my vendor manager to understand, okay, what are the products that are really driving down your CP, and what kind of profile do these products have? So are they falling into the aforementioned ultra low ASP category? Or are they falling into a very non-sortable type of category where they are very heavy, very bulky, and thereby require potentially a different supply chain setup that you're ideally then start trying to elaborate on as part of your AVN? This could be a direct import, a vendor flex, or a direct fulfillment setup. I mean, I do not know your portfolio, so you'll have to have this conversation with your vendor manager. But again, just improving and increasing net PPM is probably a race to the bottom here. I would rather repivot and focus on the originating root cause on why this staggering high net PPM is required in the first place.
Thank you. I'm moving to Tom's question now. It's a very practical one. If your vendor manager isn't forthcoming with actually starting the vendor negotiation, should I press them, or should I sort of sit back and wait for them just to come to me? Ignore it as long as possible. Your advice?
Yeah, I love the question. I'll only be able to give you a very high level answer, right? Because I don't know your business, I don't know your category share, and it depends on a lot of different factors, right? How profitable Amazon is for you as a customer. But generally speaking, if your vendor manager is not pressing for the AVN to start, it typically means that they either do not have the need because you're already more accretive than other brands, and they kind of just want you to grow in the background so that you're complementing Amazon's margin in the category. This is the one opportunity or option. Or the second one is that they simply have their plate so full with larger vendors in your category that they say, okay, look, we're not going to start this up until, let's say, maybe February or March next year. And then it becomes a question on, okay, what is in it for you to start the AVN prematurely? Is it that you really want to reduce your trade investment exposure and you feel you have so much momentum in the market because you've gained so much share in Amazon's category that you feel they're more dependent on you than the other way around, that you really want to press the negotiation? Then by all means, go for it, right? Introduce friction into the relationship and say, like, look, if we do not start the AVN by a certain date, we may not be able to kind of continue our trade from our end, which often means that your vendor manager is going to prioritize you. But on the flip side, if you are not in a very favorable position, you probably want to at least a certain extent wait it out and see what's happening, because oftentimes vendor managers will either completely forego the AVN with you, considering the current headcount reductions after the layoffs, or just say, okay, we do not need a revision of our net PPM here and the trade investments associated to it because you're already fairly profitable.
Okay, I think we have time for one last question, but I'm seeing some great questions from Philip, from Jonathan, from Maria. So don't worry, I'm gonna take some of these questions to our vendor panel towards the end of today. But today, just one from Maria to wrap up this segment here. There we go. So Maria asks, how do you recommend renegotiating things at an ASIN level, right? A lot of times we talk about the entire vendor account and the overall negotiations, but sometimes kind of profitability issues really reside within a specific ASIN. Particularly those ASINs that are crept, for example. What is your recommendation, Martin, here in terms of renegotiating at an ASIN level? Is it even possible?
It is possible. I mean, you always have ASIN level negotiations when it comes to your cost prices, for example, right? Or when it comes to cost support. So by all means, I mean, start to introduce a negotiation if you want on those products that are most structurally challenged, or where you face continued kind of friction in terms of crapping and in terms of buy box suppressions. I think it's important to I always call it the carrot and the stick method here, and to differentiate between the two. Because if you're structurally improving the profitability of products that are typically crap, there's not only a sales upside for yourself, but it also means that Amazon, of course, benefits to a certain extent from having broader selection available directly through you as a manufacturing brand. And that should come at a certain cost elsewhere. So if you're increasing the margin potential that Amazon can achieve on some of your most structurally challenged products, well, then it's only fair also to kind of increase your cost prices on the other end of your portfolio that may be overexposed or have a much higher net PPM. In the end, the net PPM targets, I mean, just to kind of get that point really across, they are a guidance, and they're more or less artificially made up based on the performance that you have seen with Amazon over the last few years. So I would not base my own business strategy with Amazon on them entirely, but it's probably a good idea to look at improving and reducing cost prices at the ASIN level to kind of ensure that you're bringing the outliers in your portfolio more to the kind of average or weighted mean, so to say, that you see at a net PPM level and basis on your account, to then also ensure that you're reducing, first of all, an overfunding on very profitable products, but at the same time, then also these kinds of sales suppressions that you would see otherwise.
Thank you so much, Martin. That was a great start to day one of the Amazon Vendor Summit. Thank you so much for kicking us off. And we look forward to having you on our expert panel towards the end of today, where we will certainly get back to some of the questions that we weren't able to answer here yet. So really appreciate it, Martin. And we'll see you a little bit later on. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everyone. Let's move on to the second part or the second section today. Next up, we have Matt Ulmer. Let me just bring him up here, and I'll introduce him very briefly. Matt is the SVP of e-commerce at CA Fortune. With deep grocery and CPG experience across Amazon, Matt's really going to unpack today Amazon's grocery strategy and what it means for vendors heading into 2026. He's also going to share practical levers that brands are using to win in fresh, whole foods, and the wider grocery programs. Being a grocery man myself from many years ago, very keen to hear what Matt has to say. Matt, fantastic to have you here today.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it. Thank you for having me. It's an exciting time in grocery, especially being associated with Amazon, with everything that's happening. And so I'm excited to be here to talk about it. Grocery is my passion. I've been doing it for 20 years. And so watching Amazon go through their different iterations and then seeing what's happening right now, it's a timely time to have this conversation.
Fantastic. Well, the floor is all yours, Matt. And let me know if you need me to warm up any presentations on my side or whether you're good to go.
Yeah, let me see if I can get it brought up here by sharing my screen, and then we'll take it from there. 1 second. Okay, let me see if I can get it to show the full one. 1 second. How about now? Does that show the full screen for you guys? Hold on a minute. Technical difficulties.
I think you're looking good.
Okay. So again, thank you for having me. Extremely excited to walk through this presentation and talk a little bit about grocery and Amazon. I'm Matt Ulmer. I'm the SVP of e-commerce, sales enablement, and sales operations at CA Fortune. I've got 20 years of experience in CPG and in grocery. Spending the last quite a few years in the Amazon space and watching it change rapidly. So CA Fortune, we are a US-based national sales brokerage and marketing agency in the consumable space with a significant client base on the grocery side. And it's, like I said, just really exciting to see what's happening. For those of us that have been around Amazon in the grocery space from the beginning, we've watched it change a lot. They went through Prime Pantry, they had Whole Foods, they had a great overlap with their Prime member. They've tried to do Amazon Fresh in different parts of the platform as well as in stores. And, you know, it continues to show that Amazon is committed to winning in grocery, and it's changing even more rapidly. So why does it matter to Amazon to win in grocery? It's obviously a massive total addressable market, over $1 trillion of in-home food consumption in the US. Frequency is extremely important. So obviously loyalty is the engine that increases trips and basket size. And so Amazon's theory in winning in grocery is that they know that the reason consumers are out taking trips multiple times a week is to do their grocery shopping. When they're out doing their grocery shopping, they're either shopping in mass merchandisers and buying other products in those mass merchandisers, or shopping at grocery stores and buying multiple things in the grocery store, but also stopping at other places to buy products. They believe that if they can move those trips to become online and purchasing at Amazon and remove the need for them to go out to take those trips, Amazon will capture the rest of those purchases that are happening when those consumers are out doing those trips. And that is their goal, to move from the everything store to the everyday store. And so if you go into your Amazon app and you're clicking around, you're going to see things called the same day store or essentials. They've been doing different A/B testing to try to figure out how they want to position that to the consumer base. But it's a huge part of their strategy. They know that the grocery consumer is extremely valuable to them, and they want to continue to drive that loyalty. And then obviously they want access to the data and the advertising power that goes with it. There's a significant amount of media dollars that are spent across CPG. They want access to those media dollars to drive their profitability. And then the last mile and infrastructure leverage. If they can be delivering to somebody's door every day and they can increase the size of the basket that they're delivering, they can increase the profitability. And so that gives them more leverage. Now, how are they planning to win? So same day delivery now with fresh groceries. And so you guys have seen this out in the news. They did some tests that were happening in several cities here in the US where they were putting regular everyday grocery items in the core platform. So you didn't need to click through and go to Fresh, click through and go to Whole Foods. You would buy it with everything else. And they saw a ton of adoption and obviously some really good traction early on. And so they're expanding that to 2,300 zip codes by the end of 2025. And I've seen projections they'll get across the total US by the end of 2026 in terms of every zip code. That's a significant change from where they've been in the past. And so it's really all falling under one unification of one grocery strategy. This came when they promoted the Whole Foods CEO to lead all of grocery within Amazon. And so what does that all mean? It means that they want to bring everything into their core platform and be able to service it from one cart experience. So in order to do that, they're building out what they're calling an SSD network, or their sub same day fulfillment network. They have about 100,000 ASINs that sit in this network today. And that is key to terms of how are they going to fulfill it from an everyday delivery perspective. Within that network, they're going to enable cold chain capabilities so they can do frozen and refrigerated. And then they're also going to be utilizing the Fresh and the Whole Foods perishable network to be able to deliver all of that produce that you love getting at both of those places. and they want to unify that under one platform in cart experience. And so you see a couple of screenshots here on the right. This is in my market here today. I can go on the Amazon app, I can type eggs, and I can see options, ASINs for selecting to put into my cart. And those are not specific Whole Foods offers. Those are not called out as Amazon Fresh offers. You can add them to your cart, and then you can see my cart on the right, and you can see the gas gauge where if you get over $25, you get that free delivery same day. And then you can also see that the cart has the eggs, but also has a weighted vest. So you can get your grocery along with everything else in the same cart. Those of us that have been in grocery working on Amazon have been waiting for this to happen for a long time to really drive that awareness and adoption of Amazon's grocery solution for consumers. Because before, it was always clunky and weird. When they had pantry, you had to go into a different part of the app. They had a different cart. When it was fresh and Whole Foods, similar things, had their own cart. It was a different experience. And it wasn't that seamless experience that we come to love and know from Amazon that would reduce friction at all costs and reduce clicks at all costs. And that's what they're trying to get to. So what does that all mean? So how do you go win? How do you go attack this if you're a manufacturer and you want to win in grocery? Sub same day assortment will be 1P primarily with a focus on low ASP. The reality is they're trying to meet where their consumers are in terms of their grocery shopping experience. Most of that shopping experience is buying individual items that are somewhere in the $4 to $8 range. They need to build those baskets to make it profitable to deliver, which is why they have the $25 minimum. And so being on 1P will be paramount in making sure that you understand your ASP strategy. Now, you also have to understand how to work with Amazon vendor managers to broaden your assortment beyond just low ASP items, thinking about selling full cases or multi-packs, other things, items over $15, at least over $10, to try to drive profitability across your total portfolio. Because as Martin mentioned, at every AVN, they'll come in and they'll be talking about that net PPM or their contribution profit, depending on which metric works for them to have that discussion and try to drive leverage. So you have to think about your cohesive strategy across your portfolio to drive total profitability for Amazon, but having that low ASP is going to be really important. Now, for those of us in the grocery industry, we understand the large players in that space. Amazon is not there yet. And so expecting Amazon to drive your total national trade strategy at this time is probably not realistic. But you do have to understand Amazon's ever-evolving grocery pricing strategy because they will be disruptive in the space. And so if you understand their strategy, it's evolving as we speak, where they're trying to become a lot more geo-local in terms of their pricing against some of the largest grocery players in the space. Today, if you got an offering at Walmart or at Target, you're largely going to get price matched against those. And you have to understand what's that going to do to your net PPM and how do you have to invest with Amazon to drive the right strategy. I do think that it will evolve over time. I believe Amazon will be a top 5 grocery player as they expand this within the next 3 to 5 years and probably a top 3 within the next 10. That's going to change how the grocery industry goes about their merchandising and pricing strategies. And you're really going to have a very specific channel strategy to understand how to win on Amazon as well as everywhere else. And then after that, you really have to deliver on time and in full, which is vital to fuel the algorithm. Amazon was not built for grocery. They were built to sell TVs and books. And so their back end and having a clean catalog is not an easy thing to do. So understanding how to deliver eaches and full cases and have all of those offerings is going to be really important. Then understanding how to process those POs, get them out at the right time, do the right advanced shipping notifications will be extremely important and really important to driving that growth because you have to be in stock, right? Your shelf placement is dependent on an algorithm. When you lose your shelf placement, you're dropping and you're removing yourself from search and you have to build yourself back up. Then the fourth thing, understanding that conversion-focused content, especially images, is really important. Very different than shopping at the physical shelf. In grocery, you have 4 images in 4 seconds to communicate your value proposition and drive that conversion on Amazon. And you do that differently than you do on the shelf. And so you have to have a very focused strategy against that. You have to do a lot of A/B testing, trying lots of different content, and how to communicate that value proposition. And then the last part we all know is to maximize Amazon advertising to drive performance. Driving performance on Amazon is different than driving it in store. You have shopper marketing levers in the store to drive people to your listings or to your products on the shelf. On Amazon, you have advertising to help you do that. So understanding all the different levers within advertising, using them thoughtfully and efficiently to drive to your listing will be really important. And then incenting subscribe and save will be paramount on top of that. Okay, that was a lot quickly, but happy to take any questions and chat through grocery further.
Thanks so much, Matt. That is really fantastic. Yeah, for those of you, if you have questions for Matt on the grocery space or CPG, pop them in. I have pulled up a couple of questions that I've already received, and let me put those in front of you now, Matt. First of all, let me just make sure I can see that. What specific operational or commercial changes should vendors expect as Amazon really looks to unify fresh, whole foods and grocery under one experience? I mean, if you sort of, crystal ball looking into 2026, are there new playbooks, scorecards coming? How do you look at that?
Yeah, as we talk to vendor managers and talk to our clients, they're clearly evolving how they're thinking about grocery and how they have to attack that space. I do think that the fresh teams will get collapsed within the core vendor manager teams. You're going to see those supply chains start collapsing and being offered as one unified solution. And then the next piece to understand is how does Whole Foods fit into all of those? I do think that they understand that it might not make sense to have completely separate teams across both, and to find a way to think about how do they serve the consumer across those offerings in different ways, but with one team.
Thanks, Matt. The next one here was when you think about getting into that SDD network. I mean, what do you see, or what have you seen? What are the top 3 to 5 criteria that Amazon uses to decide which grocery SKUs or products get SSD placement, velocity, margin, pack size, shelf life, and the like, and what data can vendors bring really to strengthen that case?
Yeah, that's a great question. Definitely use your Amazon data that you have today. If you have larger pack sizes or full cases that you sell, or multi-packs that you sell that have good velocity, especially on the dollar side, communicating those to your vendor managers, helping them understand the opportunity to sell those in an each or a low ASP is definitely going to have an impact, and making sure that you're working with the vendor manager and trying to connect through them to the same day assortment group that's deciding that assortment. I would also use data you have from your broader market. So they're going to be looking for high penetration items that are broadly carried in the grocery market, because they want to go out and capture that share. And so they're looking at data from large national grocers, from Walmart and other places. And then they always want those emerging brands that are growing quickly. And so if you can show growth quickly, if you can show adoption rates, and then if you can show that you're capturing market share, I bring all that data to the table.
Next one, for grocery specifically, let's talk about content, right? Which content elements? You mentioned that I think it's 4 seconds. You mentioned this memorable thing, 4 seconds. Within that context, right? Which content elements, in your experience? I mean, I know you guys do a lot of grocery. Which content elements do you feel have the biggest impact on conversion when it comes to grocery and CPG? Nutrition, is it nutrition panels? Is it A+ content, ingredients, videos? Would love to hear what you are seeing, what's been successful for you, and if there's any category specific do's and don'ts.
Yeah, great question. As I mentioned earlier, you have about 4 images in 4 seconds to communicate that value proposition. The what that is and how to do it with your images depends a lot on the category and the solution of your product. But I firmly believe in having lifestyle shots of people enjoying your product. Extremely important. I do believe in infographics, communicating what the solution of your product is. So if there are specific benefits, if it's high protein, if it's convenience, or if there's functional benefits, making sure that you're calling those out. And then if it's better for you, calling out how it compares to maybe non-better for you products, really important to be able to do quickly.
Thank you. Next one here, more of a logistics question. I mean, when in grocery, particularly cold chains, logistics is often the key bottleneck, right? Particularly, summer, winter, got to deal with all sorts of variables. What are the current cold chain capacity bottlenecks in SSD? Is it space? Is it handling time? Presumably temperature right now is not an issue in most of North America. I mean, it's a big issue for us here in Australia. Like a lot of grocers will stop shipping chocolate around and things like that because it's getting too warm. And what can vendors do actually? If they can show initiative in terms of packaging configurations to really fit some of those constraints.
Yeah, it's a great question. I wish they would tell us. They don't always share. And so I would say the current constraint is just having those refrigeration capabilities in enough same day fulfillment centers to be able to provide the assortment that they want to provide. They're quickly trying to build it. I would say that if you are a manufacturer that has products that need to be refrigerated or frozen, if you can use any of your current supply chain to help them with vendor flex capabilities and other things like that, those are great ways for you to partner to be able to get into that same day assortment. So I'd be asking your vendor manager, are those ways we can partner with you to help you with those constraints or help you build out your network? Because those can be ways for you to get into that same day assortment early. And I would highly recommend that. If you can get in early and prove out that you are a solution that their members want, you're going to stay in that assortment.
Thank you. Let's talk pack sizes. This used to be my favorite topic when it comes to grocery. How should vendors rethink in the context of what you share with us, rethink pack sizes or multi-packs, to sort of stay at that low ASP while protecting margin? Have you seen any examples of kind of pack architectures in certain categories that you feel work especially well in SSD?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's evolving quickly, I would say. And it can be category dependent. So in some snacking categories, having multi-packs that are easy for shoppers to put in their pantry and be a solution for snacking is definitely working. And then don't look for your lowest absolute ASP item. If you have a good price pack architecture set across the grocery space where you have a low ASP, a mid ASP, and a higher ASP, looking at value packs and multi-packs and things like that, try to avoid your lowest ASP because that's always going to drive your contribution profit down. And so if you can find those things that are a little bit more mid-tier versus think like a $8 price point versus a $4 price point, I would lead with that solution first, unless Amazon's really pushing for the lowest ASP. And even then, I would avoid it if you can.
All right, I think we'll head to our last question here, which is a very technical. Well, I guess it's an SEO and supply chain question. What are the OTIF, or I don't know if you guys say on-time delivery in full thresholds that truly move the needle in grocery search ranking? Is it about hitting a minimum bar, or actually should you strive to go beyond that bar to kind of increase benefits from a sort of algorithmic or SEO point of view?
Yeah, I would say definitely keep track of your weeks of supply that sit in the network. Use a partner or a merchant spring is a great solution to understand how you're sitting. If they are running really lean, you're going to need to be above 98%. If they're sitting around the 10-week mark, you might be able to get away with something in the 95 to 96% range to stay consistently in stock downstream. Those are typically the cliffs that we try to get our clients to get to. Anytime you drop below, then you tend to see gaps come into your assortment downstream. And then every time you have a gap in the assortment and you drop off, you guys know that you have to work your way back up. And so You want to be staying in stock as consistently as you can, and then protecting those subscribe and save volume at all costs. The algorithm is really looking at subscribe and save in the consumable space. And so we see brands that can get their subscribe and save penetration rates up north of 20% are ranking higher than those that are not.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that link between subscribe and save and ranking, which is really interesting. Great. Well, Matt, that brings us to the end of your session on grocery. I really appreciate you taking us through this very dynamic topic. I think we're going to see a lot of things happening in this space, especially North America over the next year or so. Really appreciate you coming on and sharing your knowledge and expertise. Unfortunately, this is virtual. Otherwise, I would invite the audience to put your hands together to say thank you to Matt. But we'll just have to trust that everyone's clapping in front of their PC screens right now. Thanks so much, Matt.
Thanks.
All right. Okay. Well, that was the end of session 2. We are moving on to our third session now. And this session is a little different to the first 2 and the rest of today. This is really a fireside chat, and I'll be joining you for it. I'm really excited for this conversation with Alyssa Almanas. I'm just going to bring her on stage. There she is from Global Overview. So Alyssa brings a very rare, high-value perspective because she's seen the Amazon vendor relationship from both sides. Right? She spent 7 years at Amazon in vendor and product management. So she has genuine insights into what Amazon actually values in partnerships. But add to that her experience in retail operations at Target and brand management at Chewy. And you've got someone who really understands both how Amazon thinks and what it takes to protect profit on the brand side. So what we're going to do today is we're going to dig into a topic that matters more than ever, right? Protecting profitability through strategic partnerships. And I know a lot of people tuning in today, even just saying that phrase, there will be a lot of skepticism around, can you really drive strategic partnerships with Amazon? But we're going to talk through some of the hidden profit killers that vendors often don't notice, what shifts from when you move from just being another vendor to becoming a strategic partner in Amazon's eyes, and how aligning retail ops advertising can materially change your bottom line. We're going to run this as a conversational Q&A for about 15 minutes. And of course, we're going to open it up for another 15 minutes of audience questions. So as we go, drop your questions in the chat and we'll make sure we get to as many as possible. Alyssa, welcome. Great to have you. Let's jump in.
Thanks, Paul. I'm excited to be here.
I think the topic here is super interesting because, as I mentioned before, there is a reasonable degree of skepticism. So let me maybe just kick things off, right, with the first question here. Let's just talk about profitability killers first before we sort of talk about that strategic partnership mindset. From your time sort of on the Amazon vendor side, what do you see as the operational inefficiencies most vendors don't even realize that are costing them?
Yeah, so one of the biggest things that I saw my time at Amazon as well as now is chargebacks. So you could probably have seen before, Amazon will do chargebacks for PO issues, and oftentimes it's hard to dive into what they're coming from. Some of the most common issues that I've seen are on-time shipping or shipment quantities aligning with what was confirmed. So if you ship a day outside of the window, or if you confirm 100% but only ship 50%, Amazon will come back and charge you for not shipping with exactly what was confirmed and when it was asked to be shipped. So those are some easy ways to work with the warehouse to see how you can alleviate some of those chargebacks that can be avoided. And I think oftentimes vendors don't even know they're coming through until they become extremely costly, where it takes a bigger hit to their P&L and margin. Some other things are holding costs that Amazon pays on aged inventory. So this won't directly get charged to vendors, but Amazon will start to look at, if they're sitting on inventory for a longer period of time than they'd like to, how much it's costing them to sit on, and they might come in the back end and charge vendors back through co-op or AVN at the end of the year. So those are some sneaky ways to understand, okay, how much inventory are we shipping in and pushing versus how fast are they selling it? And then thirdly, this one's a little bit less operational, but just charges are price matching. So it's very common that brands will say, okay, let's have a promotion this week for Amazon over tentpole event. Then let's do the next week Walmart, the next week Target or whatnot. But Amazon will price match as they offer the lowest cost to all customers at all times. And so this can sneakily come back and have vendors get asked for margin agreements or cost payments for some of the discounts taken when Amazon wasn't expecting them, where they had to sell the product to a lower cost. So these are just some of the most common ways that I would say on my end, I see costs that come through to the vendors that you might not even realize you're acquiring or how you are acquiring them before getting started.
And, when you encountered, vendors, sort of not even realizing these things, what surprised you the most about how vendors really approached or I guess didn't approach these issues? What surprised you the most?
Yeah, I think one of the things is I think the vendors didn't until I think like a lot of times vendors not coming and asking for more analysis or asking the whys until it was so far deep and when having a bigger impact. So I think what surprised me was that oftentimes I didn't see necessarily like a weekly question on the chargebacks until it had been going on for a lengthy period of time. Or even when it comes to negotiations and AVN at the end of the year, I think oftentimes vendors think like, oh, it's just Amazon, they're increasing costs, but really diving in and understanding, okay, where are these costs coming from? How could I maybe plan the business differently next year to avoid some of these additional costs? I was honestly surprised that brands didn't realize that promotion calendars should be aligned between retailers to really optimize profitability, knowing that Amazon will price match. And I don't think a lot of brands, I think brands know that Amazon price matches, but I don't think they necessarily realize to the extent of promotional activity on other platforms, which definitely surprised me.
And do you remember maybe like a specific scenario from, where like maybe even a small operational oversight really led to significant margin erosion for the vendor?
Yeah. So I had a brand that sells, really on Amazon, Target, Walmart are their main retailers they sell to. And they had been previously like aligning their promotional calendars to be separate across every single retailer at that they sold to. And so what I was seeing was that Amazon was actually discounting like 50% of the year because they'd have a promotion on Amazon, then a promotion on Walmart, a promotion on Target. And so then it came back to AVN and Amazon asked them for, a margin agreement for the next year. They increased their co-op because their margin wasn't as high as they expected, things like that. And so I worked with a brand to align their promotional calendars. So like have Walmart and Target align with Amazon's New Year, New You, Amazon's Big Spring Sale, Amazon's Prime Day, all of those events to really offer those discounts at different times or at the same time and have it be on discount a less portion of the year overall, because knowing that Amazon was going to price match. And this really helped them. Although Amazon did make them sign a temporary pricing margin agreement just to prove themselves, this allowed them over time to actually build up profit both for Amazon and for the vendor by having their products on deal less often. And so both sides of the parties were able to drive higher profit and not be on deal as often across the platforms, as well as really dive in and stand out during those key times when it's important to be on promotion. So overall, this helped really drive better margin for the brand, also allowing their brand to have more credibility, not looking like a discount product all the time, as well as drive more margin for Amazon while they were selling closer to the MSRP and that intended margin that the brand was intending to give them.
Yeah, that's such a great example. making sure you've got a great handle on your promotional activity across the marketplace, because Amazon will price match, and before you know it, you are an everyday low price strategy on Amazon with very little margin to show for it. So very good reminder there. Okay, well, let's shift gears to that strategic partnership mindset, right? What does it really mean to be a strategic partner versus just another vendor, right? And I think we have our perspectives being on the outside, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on, what does Amazon look at in terms of the strategic partner? How do they look at it, and how would they define it? Because maybe it's a little different to what we expect.
Yeah, so I think just piggybacking off some of the profitability, Amazon really does look at a strategic partner that is aligning to their goals. And at the end of the day, profitability is one of the biggest goals that Amazon has. Like, top line is important, but it's also going to be super important, and they're going to be scored on essentially the profit they're bringing to their GL and their larger team. And so I think having those conversations about how you can better align your profitability goals with Amazon and how you're making progress to support those. So it's not just focusing on top line growth, but it's, okay, how can you participate in certain tentpole events to make, your product stand out and want to be one of the top selling products and featured on Amazon, supporting the funding to participate in those tentpole events while making Amazon profitable. And at the same time, they're going to help push your brand by supporting that, by supporting more top line for you to ultimately get more POs and grow. I think also just not necessarily like pushing, both from an advertising perspective or a born to run perspective, pushing products that are maybe heavy on your end. And I think that's oftentimes what brands I see draw into, is that they're like, oh my gosh, we ordered too much of this seasonal product, we need to push it. And they'll start pushing more to Amazon. And if that product is heavy on your end, it's probably heavy on Amazon's end, and it's probably not super profitable. So really working with Amazon to understand, okay, what are those products the customer is looking for, and what's going to drive the most profitability on their end. I always like to think of Amazon as different than a brick and mortar retailer, where a brick and mortar, you can put something on a shelf with a clearance sign and someone's going to walk by it and you might convert them. On Amazon, most of our products are found through search. And so by pushing a bunch of inventory or pushing advertising to products that are not super high sellers, they're going to be hard for people to find, and you're actually not going to help push margin or sales for Amazon. So really understanding with Amazon, okay, what are some of the highest margin products? What are some of those products that aren't being price matched? How do you push those through advertising? And how do you really work with Amazon to be strategic about how you're going to both drive top line sales as well as support their profitability goals? And then I think one more thing is just, working with them to understanding what a clean market looks like. So I went back, I had spoken to you before around aligning your promotional calendars. And so really like understanding what that is and bringing that to Amazon to ensure them that you're going to have a clean marketplace so that they can truly feel like they can offer the best price to the consumer, but not always through a price matching matter.
Yeah. So in terms of that relationship, I mean, those are good fundamentals, obviously the promotional sort of hygiene across the market, the profitability, focus on SKUs that are on demand, that all makes sense. I mean, those are really sort of commercial realities, I think, that really help. What about the relationship aspect itself? I mean, is it possible to build a relationship with Amazon that maybe allows for more proactive issue escalation rather than sort of the constant firefighting that many of us find us in? Of course, is it possible? And the more important question is, if so, how?
Yeah, I think oftentimes, like, and coming from the agency side too, like, I feel like we think of building a relationship with Amazon as, building rapport, going out to dinner, doing all those things, which that can help build some more of a personal relationship. But I will say Amazon is built off of like efficiency, go, go, go. And oftentimes vendor managers, they don't necessarily have time for a lot of like the rapport that we see on the agency and sales side. And so I think some of the best ways to build some of that proactive relationship with them is really, asking the right questions and using your time super efficiently to be able to understand what their goals are. So it's, starting at the beginning of the year, asking them what their goals are for the year, using AVM to say, okay, what is your profit goal? What specifically do you need to see from me? And then sharing the things that you have. So share your pricing and promotion strategy as much as you can ahead of time with Amazon, because this will help you guys work together to say, okay, what is the best path forward for the year to avoid those margin asks after the fact when they've already taken a hit to their profitability. So I think it's really about having the conversations and focusing your time with Amazon on things that are really going to drive the strategy and change, and less about just focusing on building what we would necessarily think of as a personal relationship outside of Amazon.
We can call back on the whining and dining and the golf trips. It's interesting because certainly in a lot of retail channels, that is still, or it used to be, a big part of how you do business, how you build relationships, and all of that. Clearly Amazon it doesn't operate that way, which does beg the question. It's sort of at a personal level. If you put yourself back in sort of an Amazon vendor, shoes in those time there, like you're an extremely busy, in your role. You're balancing. You probably got too much work to do in terms of hours in the day. So you're going to have to prioritize, right? And naturally, there's going to be vendors, I really like working with this vendor, but maybe less so with those vendor. How, when you're a vendor management, how do you actually value your vendor relationships? Was it all just like whoever gives me the highest margin, that's where I'm going to spend my time? Or are there some maybe, less rational aspects to the dynamic that is worth considering?
Yeah, I think what I was looking for was, that we are all so busy. So, and I think you were busy on both sides too. But I think when I was a vendor manager, I was looking for those vendors and brands that were taking the advice that I was giving and really diving in and trying to fix the problems or the issue on their end. So that could be, whether it's chargebacks. Okay, if it's an on-time shipment, if I'm giving them advice, I'm like, or if it's fulfilling what you're saying. So I'm like, hey, you're only fulfilling 50%. Like, make sure you're confirming only 50% on Mondays. So seeing the brands go through and take those steps to ensure that they're changing the things that are driving the issues. Or if it's a price matching issue, okay, seeing them start to their pricing get more aligned off platform and seeing them clean up the channel is really going to help build that trust. 'Cause I think the hardest part is when you give brands kind of that straightforward advice and then you don't see any change happen. It starts to just kind of make you deprioritize that brand because you're like, oh, I already told them and I don't see any change happening. And so I think showing them that you're making those steps and understanding what they're asking for can really help drive value and prioritization. And then I think also, it goes back to time, whether it's emails or calls, like really being efficient and being with the time. So saying, hey, here's the question I have. Here's what I'm doing to change it. Like, give me the specific steps that I need to take to help you guys help Amazon with whatever they need, and really showing that you're valuing their time and you're really trying to get on a call or have an email chain going because you are trying to make actionable change on your end, I think will go a long way.
Very, very useful. Make sure you listen and vendor managers feel listened to. That is great. So let's talk about cross-functional collaboration, really, not just because it's nicer to do business that way, but actually as a competitive advantage. Why does profitability protection require more than just, operation teams or retail teams working in silos? It's, how does it all come together?
Yeah. So at the end of the day, I think a lot of times vendors think, okay, margin is the cost I'm selling the product to Amazon and then what they're selling it to the customer at. So if you're selling it to Amazon for $5, they're selling it for 10, then that margin is 50%. But I think some of those little things get overlooked. So there's oftentimes other operational things, and it could be, a high return or damage rate. So really looking into, are products getting returned by the customer? Because that's an additional cost to Amazon. Or something with the packaging that is getting damaged in transit. That's an additional cost that's going to impact the margin. Is Amazon sitting on the product for longer? Did we forecast a new product higher than it came through? So now those holding costs are impacting their margin. So there's lots of little things that both from a retail and operational standpoint that impacts the profitability. So it's really valuable to be looking at everything as a whole. So that's what are those operational costs? What are those promotional periods that Amazon's supporting? Where's their price matching? All those things, and almost just looking at it from a full spreadsheet or full funnel to say, okay, what is that true margin? And then what are the biggest impacts to it? And where are those areas that you can potentially change or drive for better margin?
So practically speaking, how do you align, operations, retail, and advertising efforts really to protect that bottom line result? How do you drive that alignment within organizations?
Yeah, I think when there's an operational challenge, so if that's damages, returns, it's really working with having like the product team, the sales team, and the operational team working together to understand where the issue's coming from and then how it can be fixed. So again, if there's an operational challenge because it's a high return, like, is there something on the PDP that we need to call out? Like, is it a water bottle that the cap seems hard to, like, customers complain the cap can't be easily taken off? And so, okay, is that a matter of adding instructions on the PDP through your content team to make sure that's clear to help decrease some of those returns? Because that might just get filtered to operations when really that might be more of a brand or a content solution to drive the change there and help bring up some of the margin. And then I think, like, similarly with advertising. So, oftentimes brands will look at, okay, like, we want to push to advertising products that we're too heavy or we have too much inventory on, but really looking at that from a, like, okay, what are those products that are actually driving benefits for both the brand and Amazon? So products that maybe have higher margin for Amazon that can help actually, like, drive up your total brand margin. And so if you have some lower margin products that have some issues, if you push the higher margin, that might bring up your brand margin higher, and that will actually, like, alleviate things at a total level. And coming to AVN, avoid some of those negotiations because you were able to drive more of those higher margin products. Or what's going to be driving, what are customers converting on? How can we increase how fast the inventory is turning? And so higher converting products through Amazon or through advertising will help drive the conversion up, which will ultimately decrease the holding cost for Amazon and drive their profitability up. So I think it's looking at everything from all angles and not siloing each challenge that comes through.
The collaboration within, I mean, a lot of vendors are large businesses, quite siloed, and actually as part of Marketplace Masters, we've done a couple of episodes on this, and it's not always straightforward. There may be vendors actually just tuning into this and going, well, we are completely unaligned. Like, the logistics team doesn't even talk to the marketing team, doesn't even, like, where do we start? I mean, if there was one thing to say, hey, we don't have a lot of time between now and Christmas, but why don't you try and do this? Get started here. What is maybe just a practical way to get started and drive more alignment?
Yeah, I mean, I would honestly start by, like, having, like, whoever's, like, the center of the business on your team, creating some sort of, like, spreadsheet or tracker just to have a visualization on, like, okay, what's going on with each of these products and how can we help drive the most impactful results over these key next few weeks. So, like, okay, what are your inventories and weeks to cover by product? What's the current ASP versus MSRP? So where is there an opportunity to promote? Where is there high inventory levels that Amazon's going to be sitting on for a long period of time? What are we spending on advertising right now by each one of these products? Does it align with those goals of, pushing products that are higher margin? Does it align with helping to push through product that Amazon needs to run through inventory? And if you look at that from a holistic perspective and start to figure out, okay, where is there an opportunity by product? This could help drive a promotional strategy in these last few weeks to really help drive both top line sales as well as margin for Amazon as well as the brand.
That's great. I'm just wondering, are you able to make it kind of a little like real for us? Like, I'd love to hear maybe a success story. It could be or not a success story. Sometimes there's more learnings in those as well. Of a vendor that maybe was facing a particular issue, and how you guys work with that vendor and resolve that to really, particularly with the profitability and the partnership angle there. I'd love to just put some meat on the bones for that.
Yeah, so I think one of the things I'm actually, like, working with a brand right now. I was going through before Turkey 12, and their POs were really light from Amazon, and they're like, we're not going to hit our goals on our end because we're not getting enough POs. But Amazon's saying that they're over inventory on certain ASINs, which is why they're not ordering POs. So I worked with them to like kind of build out a holistic view of like, okay, by product, what's going on within your business. And so what we did is we focused our promotions for Turkey 12 on two things. One, we supported the ASINs that Amazon was over inventory on because we knew that was going to set us up to not get asked for margin ask and AVN based on the holding costs of them sitting on all that inventory for too long. So focus there. And then secondly, focused on those ASINs that were top selling ASINs for Amazon where we could really push and we knew we were going to be high conversion that would help drive POs. But if we only would have done one, like if I would have driven the ASINs that we knew could drive POs, we might still not have gotten POs from Amazon because they would have been sitting on so much inventory from those underselling products that they couldn't afford at a total level, and they would have been willing to run out of stock on those top products. So we really took a holistic approach to say, okay, how do we balance supporting the ASINs that Amazon is over inventory, they're spending holding costs on, and maybe taking a margin hit on the brand side to push that through to then get POs and fuel those top selling ASINs we know Amazon will quickly send an order if we run through inventory on. So balancing how do we finish the year off strong, but set ourselves up for margin in the new year as well.
Fantastic. Yeah, great. Well, I'd love to start opening up to our audience here. We've got a couple of questions already. And to maybe just to get people into the right frame of mind, I was going to ask, or let me kick off. What do you think is one key mindset shift that vendors should make when thinking about profitability and partnerships and collaboration?
Yeah, I think looking at things when you're talking about profitability, looking at it for the whole year and not just in time. Because I think we all get caught up in hitting metrics for a month or a quarter. And so we'll like push through a born to run because we're like, we need POs today. And then all of a sudden next quarter, Amazon's sitting on a bunch of inventory. And so they're going to ask for margin money to help support all that extra inventory they shipped in. So I think it can be really challenging, but kind of figuring out whenever you're thinking through things that will be a short-term fix, what is going to be the long-term impact, and really balancing short and long-term to look at the year holistically to make sure that you're not driving a short-term win to have something kind of bite you in the butt later down the road.
Great advice. Great advice. All right. Well, let's go to our audience questions here. We have one from Scott here. Thanks for your question, Scott. How much autonomy and P&L ownerships does the vendor manager have? Let's just throw it in there.
Yeah, it can vary. So, they don't really have much ownership at the like their category. They've got to hit certain metrics. So they have goals. If they at a total category level are meeting their goal and they have one brand that's under, it's probably going to get brushed under the rug by senior leadership. But if they're not meeting their total goal, then each brand's going to get scrutinized and they're going to have to find a way to make that up. So, I mean, at the end of the day, like their P&L goals are being set by senior leadership. But if they're over on one brand, they might have some room to adjust with another brand. So short answer is they don't have a ton of ownership, but depending on how other brands in the category are doing, there could be some room to adjust.
Thank you for your question, Scott. I've just put one up here that was sent earlier. Going back to that, when we spoke earlier about having a really proactive relationship, rather than firefighting and all that. In your experience, are there like concrete habits or just disciplines or cadences that vendors can adopt just to sort of get noticed and get put into that proactive bucket in the mind of the Amazon vendor manager? In addition to just, listen to your vendor manager's advice and act on it and don't ignore it, I think, which is already a good one.
I think it starts off the beginning of the year with AVN. So I think, again, I know oftentimes like when it comes to AVN, it's not like brands have all this money to just give to Amazon at the beginning of the year for their margin ask, but I think finding ways to drive a win from the start. So, if Amazon's asking for increase in freight, increase in damage, increase in co-op, all over the board, finding a small pocket where maybe you can help support them. And maybe there's another way that you could drive efficiency. So it's, okay, maybe we can support them by giving more co-op and marketing dollars And then there's an area where we could do a pallet order to help increase our margins. So those dollars will be just being switched from one bucket to another, but it's helping show Amazon that you're supporting them. And I think the earlier you can do that in the year, the better you're going to start success. Or if you have a new vendor manager that comes in, same thing. Starting with a quick win will help drive that show, that collaboration, and drive to help build towards Amazon's goals as well.
And just heading to our last question for today. Let me see if I can see it. There it is. No, there it is. Where are you seeing some of these profit pressures right now? And maybe let me just take the liberty of changing the question slightly, not just right now, but particularly as we look into 2026. Where do you see the increased profit pressures specifically for Amazon vendors? Is it fees, ads, supply chain terms? Where do you feel there's more pinch points in the P&L next year? And what strategies can vendors implement now to maybe offset some of that pressure?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, we've seen traffic on Amazon slow down overall. So I think supply chain is going to be a really big one where I think Amazon is going to be holding less and less weeks to cover and being tighter because they have seen their growth in traffic. So there's more risk to them holding more inventory. So I think that's just honestly something good to know going into the year, is that Amazon is going to sit on less inventory. And so is that you guys, working with maybe not shipping a ton of inventory at the end of the year through a Born to Run, and making sure you're setting yourselves up with like a solid weeks to cover going into the year, so you can avoid not getting POs for the first portion of the year. So I think it's, from a supply chain perspective, like trying to end the year in as good of a position as possible to set yourselves up to still have strong POs next year, knowing that Amazon is probably not going to order more than the customer is buying. And then I think margin is going to continue to be a thing. So, and I think that's going to be like willing to fund promotions and participate, but that's also going to mean like trying to clean your market up outside of those promotional periods so that Amazon isn't discounting on other places and helping drive their margin down. Yeah.
It's one of the big themes for me coming out of this conversation. I mean, I feel like now is the right time to do this, right? We're not in 2026. I know a lot of retail teams will be looking at that. What's our promotional strategy? What's our activation strategy for next year? Who we're going to do what? What are the promotional cycles? So now is a good time to make sure you start the year with a clean as possible program. I mean, it's not always possible to achieve that straight away. It might be take 2-3 years to really get to that really clean position. But yeah, now is the time to start thinking about that. Okay, last question comes in from Jonathan Rappaport. Great question. How can we have more control on the end price? By the way, in some jurisdictions, if you ask this question as a vendor, not as the retailer, you are on very shaky ground. Let's assume we are not. Let's assume this, this is a perfectly valid question. What advice do you have, Alyssa?
Have a clean market. Is really, because Amazon will price match anybody and everybody. Like if they exist online, they will find it. They have some of the best scraping tools. So I think if you at the end of the day, you don't have control of your price. Amazon will price match and guarantee the customer to have the most competitive price in the market. And so by controlling prices outside of Amazon, you will ultimately control your Amazon price. So that could be clean distribution, so you don't have a ton of third party, as well as aligning your promotional strategy across some of those other major retailers.
Awesome. All right. With that, Alyssa, thank you so much for sharing your perspectives on profitability, on partnerships, and how you can really try and put yourself in that strategic partnership bucket with Amazon. It's absolutely great to get your insights in there. And we look forward to hearing more from you at our expert panel later on today. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Paul.
Take care.
Have a great day, everyone.
All right, everyone. That wraps up the third session of the day, profitability through strategic partnerships with Alyssa Almanas. As you can see from our agenda here, we are running slightly ahead of schedule by approximately 5 to 10 minutes or so. We'll be kicking off very shortly with Nick and Cara to talk about how to move from seller to vendor. Just in case you're wondering if this is a typo, it is not. I know we like to talk about how to move from 1P to 3P, but because I'm getting so many questions on how you actually move from 3P to 1P, we're going to be tackling that very, very shortly. But before we do that, we're going to just do a quick check-in with our survey results here at Mentimeter. If you haven't had a chance to go to Mentimeter, and I'll put up the I might put up the actual QR code here. If you haven't gone to Mentimeter, please go and do that. There's a QR code here at the top where you can share your thoughts as well as broader questions for our panel a little bit later on. Right now, let's have a look if anything's changed a little bit in terms of the biggest challenges that Amazon vendors see for 2026. Profitability and chargebacks has really taken on as number one, now sitting at 28% of you think that that is your largest challenge. I think it's a very reasonable result. Vendor negotiations and terms at 22, and then interestingly, advertising and marketing effectiveness. I know we've got some great sessions on that tomorrow towards the end of the day, so make sure to tune in for that. And then competition and market saturation. Of course, that's a challenge that will never go away. So very interesting to see what the audience is thinking there. Again, if you haven't done our quick straw poll survey yet, go to mentimeter.com, enter the code 31999030, or just scan that QR code here in the top left, and we'll get you right in there. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to just take a very short break. We're going to break for about 5 minutes. That allows me to get organized for the next session, and then we will be back with Nick, Jazar, and Karabab, who are going to be talking about how to move from seller to vendor. So yeah, we'll be right back. All right, and we are back. Next up, we have Nick Jazar and Karabab, co-founders of Flying Tiger Partners. They're going to walk through what really changes when brands move from 3P to 1P and how to make that shift successfully. They'll also highlight the signals that Amazon looks for when deciding whether a hybrid or a full switch makes sense. Let me just bring them to the stage here. There we go. Welcome, Nick and Kara. It's great to have you here. Thank you for jumping on. I really look forward to what you have to say. I mean, fun fact, for those of you who tune into our Marketplace Masters series often, how do I transition from a 3P to a 1P account is actually one of the most frequently asked questions we get. So very keen to hear, how do I get access to a 1P account? And then actually, how do I make it work? And Amazon's perspective on the whole thing. So over to you. The stage is yours. If you need any presentations warmed up on my side, I can help with that. Otherwise, feel free to share your screen.
Awesome. Thanks, Paul. Oop, can't hear you, Nick.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Paul, I'm actually having trouble pulling it up through the interface here. Could you present the slides from yours, or should I keep mucking with it?
I can certainly do my best and try and drive. I'm more of a passenger seat driver, to be honest, but I can do my best here. All right, let's have a look.
I think we sent you a new one this morning.
I appreciate it. Thank you much.
All right, let me dig that up.
All right, well, I'll do the introduction while we wait for our slides to show up. We are Flying Tiger Partners. That's Nick Gazar and Kara Babb. Before becoming a consultant, I was a senior vendor manager at Amazon for the Apple business, the single largest vendor that Amazon has, where you really get to learn all the ins and outs of everything a very demanding vendor needs from Amazon and what all is possible. I also got to work as a senior account executive in the ads org, where I worked in the office category, servicing some household names and printers and other devices. Prior to that, I was in more of the classical brand management world, working at Procter & Gamble and Lindt Chocolate, respectively, working on portfolios of hundreds of millions of dollars of products across America. Kara?
Yeah, thanks. I was just seeing if I could present. Kara Babb, similar to Nick, my background is in vendor management at Amazon. I was there for a few years. But different than Nick, I managed about 3,000 vendors within the kitchen category. Primarily talked to the top 2 or 3, but it was a different experience at managing that many vendors within the category. And after leaving Amazon, I went over to the brand side. So worked at large enterprise organizations like Newell Brands, Philips Lighting, now called Signify, Zenus. So kind of a mix of product types, whether it's heated blankets, smart lighting, or mattresses and boxes. I covered it. So I like to say I both brought the pain as a vendor manager, and I've also experienced the pain on the brand side. So have kind of both sides of the experience to bring to the table now in our consulting business. And we, primarily focus on 1P vendors, whether it's helping them improve their business with Amazon, negotiations, kind of all the stuff, all the levers you have to pull, and understanding from an Amazon perspective what matters. And then also what we're talking about today, which is helping qualified 3P sellers make the transition, potentially get an invitation to become vendors. Fabulous.
All right. And we're up. Okay, I'll take us on to the next slide. So even though 1P and 3P fundamentally do the same thing, which is make goods available to customers across America through Amazon, it is a completely different game, being a seller as opposed to being a vendor as opposed to a seller. Just the very shape of it's different. As a seller, you're owning your inventory, you're bearing all that risk. When you're 1P, it's just like a traditional retail relationship with brick and mortar. Amazon's purchasing your inventory and they're taking on some of that risk. As a 3P seller, you get to set your own prices and you have very granular control of the way things show up in your store. Whereas the 1P, it's Amazon's property. They're the ones selling it and they get to set the prices. I think we heard that in the last presentation. That's one of the other most common questions. How do I influence prices? We'll talk about that a bit more as well, but that is it can be a disorienting loss of control for a lot of seasoned e-commerce operators when they get there. When you have a 1P relationship, you also have a much better personal relationship with the folks at Amazon. You got is that still showing? A vendor
There we go.
manager and AVS that you'll have that quite as much. As far as your business models go, the fees are more predictable. Oh, is my
Yeah, you're kind of cutting in and
connection
out.
coming
I think
in,
it's
Michelle?
I think it's the
You know
background.
what? Might be the background. Let me
Yeah,
see if I can
but I can
turn off
yeah,
my
I can
background.
continue what you were saying. But yeah, the fees are much more predictable. You have it on an annual basis that you get to through annual vendor negotiations. Whereas on the seller side, as we saw, I think even a couple of weeks ago, Amazon can jack up fees whenever. And the interesting thing we find is when sellers move from 3P to 1P, their profitability can improve significantly. Like there's a reason Amazon really likes sellers and the selling model is because they make so much more money off of sellers than they do within the vendor program. But that's also why they're very careful with who they bring onto the vendor program. It's invitation only for a reason, because they have to, well, they want to be able to provide more stuff and more brands as a 1P. They also want to make sure they can protect their margins at all costs. Okay, so talking about how a brand can get into 1P. If you're like a lot of the business owners we talk to, there's a lot of rumors out there. And there's a lot of kind of telephone being played and, secret tricks, X, Y, and Z. But, there's really just three main ways to do this. So number one is you can wait for an invitation. This has been happening somewhat more lately for very specific brands, primarily in the beauty category, where they're actually not so much as being invited, but being strong-armed. I've heard of brands and spoken to brands who've had 1P reach out to them and say, you are going to become 1P. Like you don't have an option because you're a strategic brand. So that's very unusual and really mainly for these brands that have a very strong kind of social following, which we'll get into in a minute. The other option that I've heard is kind of becoming a booming business is to purchase a business with a 1P account. Nick and I like to describe this as potentially buying like a car that's on fire, because technically each Vendor Central account is specific to the company that manages it. So you can buy a business with a 1P account, but you're technically going against Amazon's terms of service. And if they find it out or if it comes on their radar, you'll get shut down and you lose that investment. The other option is to reach out proactively. When Nick and I were at Amazon at various times, we always had random vendors reaching out to us. Like when I was in the kitchen category, I had vendors who were talking about pet brands reaching out to us. I'm like, I don't care. When I went to different trade shows, I'd have brands chasing me down. Again, didn't care because they weren't a priority for me. Or the other option is to engage experts like Nick and myself who've developed a approach to do this and a proven method where we've been able to successfully bring on brands in a way that Amazon supports, is all compliant, and can lead to future success.
All right. So one of the questions we get a lot too is what makes a brand compelling for 1P? Like what makes Amazon think this is a viable candidate and actually go through the effort to take them on? First off, this should be primarily for manufacturers and brand owners. They want to be working directly, cutting out any kind of middlemen or intermediaries, having at least the exclusive rights to the brand. It's pretty much table stakes for becoming 1P. Following that, your brand needs to be meaningful to the category. And there's a lot of ways you can look at this. Very few brands are going to be an A+ in all of these metrics, but it's about that combined story and structure of your business that Amazon's looking for. The first step is sales volume. It's pretty obvious. If they're going to bring you on to the 1P P&L, it needs to make some kind of an impact overall. Generally, around 20 million is where you start being able to get their attention. 30 gets even better, but that varies by category and isn't always the deal breaker that you would expect it to be. Looking at one of the other criteria here in selection gaps, 1P wants to be the everything store. So for any category or subcategory, Amazon wants to have that 1P control of their store. A good example of that is earlier this year, we were able to help onboard a brand in home storage, things you slide under a bed with a little cover, keep your winter jackets in there. Well, it turns out that some vendor in that subcategory had just exited 1P. So there was a gap. So that made it very attractive for Amazon to bring this one on, and we were able to negotiate some really good terms for them. The next one is broad distribution in the market. I was talking to a business development manager while pitching a brand. He mentioned that, it's very important that Amazon's looking for parity with these other stores. They're not looking for Amazon-specific brands to be brought into 1P. What they want is what Walmart has, what Sam's Club has, what Target has. If it's on somebody else's shelf, Amazon wants it on their shelf as well. The next one is logistics capability. And one of the things vendor managers look at is vendor lead time. What is the time from when a PO is issued, sent to the vendor's warehouse? How long till it shows up in the right fulfillment center? We were consulting with a potential client actually not too long ago. Fortunately, their logistics capabilities were fairly sparse. They had a single warehouse in New York City. And you can see how that could cause some logistical problems if they need to get their goods to a warehouse in Anaheim, California. That's a lot of road miles. It's a lot of time. It's going to cause a lot of lag in this rather tight supply chain that Amazon likes to run. We could speak in greater depth about it, but generally you want to be able to have at least coastal coverage and a little bit of middle. But just one warehouse is rarely going to be enough to satisfy Amazon's requirements.
Yeah, and then moving next to kind of these more indirect influences. One is vertical integration. So what we're seeing these days with this, especially with the pressure of tariffs, if you are a brand who doesn't own your factory or your manufacturing capability, you obviously have that additional buffer that goes between you and Amazon. Amazon is very interested in different ways to improve their total profitability. I think that's going to be a really big theme for next year as they try to claw back a lot of the losses they've seen from tariffs and cost increases. So a brand that owns its own factory can actually cut down and provide better costs, whether it's through Amazon Global Logistics, direct import, or just providing better costs in general to Amazon. That can be very attractive. Another one is name recognition and respectability within the category. So this is a funny one. I think we've all seen kind of the sellers that are like ZYXWPQR2, and it's not really a word. You need to have maybe a name that sounds like an actual brand. Ideally, it's one, to Nick's earlier point, that has other distribution within the market, because ultimately, whether you have a name that's recognized because it's in Walmart or Costco, or you have a really strong social media presence, the whole point is that Amazon wants you to bring customers to them. Amazon struggles with traffic, as we heard from Alyssa earlier, especially with external traffic, getting that to site. So a lot of retailers care about. Amazon's especially looking at TikTok now with its growth. I've seen with my brands a very strong halo effect, both from TikTok posts. So like whether it's an organic post or it's influencers, as well as items listed on TikTok Shop. So Amazon's paying very closely to some of those. For example, we had a business development manager within beauty asking if we knew of any factories or brands that could help fill a critical selection gap within the infrared kind of skin therapy area, kind of those weird masks, because those were blowing up on TikTok Shop, but they did not have an FDA approved option within the category. So, that's just another example of how closely they're looking, because it's been shown that, the majority of customers, when they go and discover a product, they're doing it on social. Now, to Nick's earlier point, and just one last thought, you don't need to have all these things. It's about developing this kind of like Rubik's Cube standalone menu options that you can put it together. So for example, maybe your sales volume is sub 20 million, but you fulfill a critical selection gap. Or, you're not vertically integrated, but you are distributed at Walmart, Home Depot, Costco, and Amazon has that FOMO. They want brands that are in those other places. So don't get discouraged if you don't have all of these. It's sometimes about finding the right combination and the right kind of angle, which we understand, understanding what the vendor manager wants to pitch these. Okay. So what does it take to succeed as a vendor? A lot of brands we talk to, when they think about going 1P, they think, they're just focused on getting the invitation. They don't think about what happens once you get the invitation and start selling. As we mentioned earlier, you're really shifting your mindset from controlling to influencing. And what made you successful as a seller won't entirely make you successful as a vendor. So, what are the things that you have to think about? This is truly a mindset shift, and where we see a lot of brands trip up. So kind of going into, Nick, do you want to talk about commercial terms? Yeah. Sorry, Nick's having some connection issues.
I'm chopping in and out. I'm actually going to drop off and jump back in on a different browser. Okay. So I'll be back in 1 sec.
All right, I'll keep going. Okay. So I think Paul even asked a question in the comments, but what are the difference between seller and vendor in terms of commercial terms? From a seller perspective, you have your cost, you have all your fees, you have the cost for you to even bring it inbound. That all affects your P&L. From the vendor, it's really important to understand the core structure of commercial terms. We also talk with some brands, in the US that are not as familiar with this, even though they've been selling as vendors. You need to understand not only, what percentage goes to co-op, what percentage goes to damage or freight, but also how Amazon weights those buckets internally in terms of how they contribute or affect their contribution profit, which is truly their core profit metric. You need to understand and partner in good faith, right? You need to be able to artfully negotiate to protect your P&L while making sure it is a kind of mutually incentive relationship to Amazon. And really know the levers that you have to control. So you can't necessarily control pricing directly. Obviously, in the US, manufacturer or retailers are, price independently, but you can know the factors behind it. So, to an earlier question in the previous session, not only making sure you have channel control, but also understanding how net PPM, Amazon's net PPM influences the pricing, because it's all driven by an algorithm. So you need to know the ways to kind of manipulate the different variables that influence the net PPM that further influence price. For example, when I was at Zenus, big box items, heavy items, our pricing was not competitive versus 3P. We were 1P. Our pricing was not competitive versus 3P kind of like furniture competitors, because Amazon's net PPM, their profitability requirements were so high, like 48, 50%, because 80% of our business was being run through direct import. So Amazon was bearing a huge cost to do outbound shipping to the end consumer. So by shifting to more of a drop ship model or having a blend of drop ship and direct import, we're able to offset Amazon's cost to serve, their cost to ship, which then enabled them to have a lower net PPM and more competitive pricing. So it's not just seeing kind of the face value, but also understanding like how the different levers and inputs work together and how you can manipulate them. Nick, do you want to talk about, I think you have some good examples around partnering good faith and the programs too.
Oh, with sort of partnering in good faith, it's just understanding that it may feel like Amazon's always out to get you, but they're not. Sometimes they're bringing proposals that aren't entirely unreasonable if you see it from their perspective. A lot of vendors get very defensive very quickly because they don't necessarily understand the tone of the negotiation or the intent of it. And as far as understanding the retail relationship, like knowing your commercial terms is crucial, especially in these early onboarding stages. Before you get that invitation, you're going to negotiate all your baseline commercial terms and the price list with that vendor manager. That's effectively your starting position on the board, and you will have to fight tooth and nail to ever improve that. Generally, terms go one way when Amazon's negotiating. Over the long term, they want them to go up. So you want to start in the best position possible. And you see a lot of aspiring vendors sometimes take that first offer from Amazon without trying to negotiate anything down, change the terms at all. And just starting out in an already unfavorable position, you're not setting yourself up for really good long-term success. But we saw with some of the clients we've got onboarded, saving them literally over $1 million a year in fees in year one, just from the terms. Sorry, I kind of lost the sync of this since I was in and out due to my bad connection.
No problem. So I think the only other thing we want to mention here in terms of succeeding as a vendor is it's all about, while we say influence is important, you have to really control and manage that influence. Mm-hmm. So for example, I had a client that had agreed to a multi-million-dollar marketing package with Amazon, but they kind of sat on it and they didn't actively manage where those dollars were being invested. And so at the end of the year, they woke up and said, well, where's our money gone? And Amazon had been billing them and taking that direct deduct from payment, but there was nothing to show for it. So it's all about really pushing and encouraging your vendor manager to help you explore new cool things at Amazon that only 1P sellers or 1P vendors have access to. For example, some of the new things I've been hearing of are these kind of experiential or in-person events and activities that are being run by the vendor managers in some categories. Direct import as managed by Amazon, so not necessarily managed through global logistics where you're kind of driving your own bus. As managed by Amazon is another area you can ask for. And it's really about making sure you're asking questions and driving your business, even though you're not necessarily in direct control of some of the levers that you have to pull.
Awesome.
Okay, I think we're moving on to Q&A now, right?
Yep, I actually don't have control of the slides at this time.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, there we go.
All right.
Yeah, I quietly took over from you, Nick, while you dropped out. Seamlessly took the reins, but no, it's all good. I think we have quite a few. I've dropped a couple of questions in there that I've collected over time, and a couple of others there as well. In fact, I have a lot of questions, so I'll do my best not to ask too many. But I also want to hear more from the audience. So if you have a burning question on particularly how you transition to 1P, make sure you put that in the chat, and I'll get it to these guys. So let me just kick off. I don't actually have the question kind of here in the chat, but my main question was, you must have people because I get this question all the time, people that come to you and say, hey, can you help me get onto 1P? I have this idea that 1P is going to make my life better, much better than 3P. I want to get on 1P. Can you help me get an invite? What is your 30-second framework to even entertaining the question? And what questions do you ask, and how do you sort of quickly triage whether actually this is worth talking more, or no chance, thanks for your time, let's move on? What's that 30-second framework you have in your mind?
All right, so if we're just doing sorry, I was chopping up a bit. So just a fast triage on 1P candidates.
Yeah. What are the things you look for? Yeah.
Sounds like you want to take that one, Nick. So I'll hand to you.
If we were doing 30-second speed dating kind of format here, first thing we're looking at is the category. See their trailing 12 month sales. A along with the prior period to know if there is growth or not. Then we'll do a little bit of research into the category to see if there's any kind of selection gaps, if these guys are going to compare. And then most importantly, ask about their logistics network. How many warehouses they have nationwide. These are generally going to be the biggest discriminators that we see. And then if those clear, then we want to start really digging into the details so we can build that right presentation to show to the folks at Amazon.
Did you want to add something there, Kara?
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're going to self-select, because we're also very careful who we work with, partly because it's our reputations on the line if we bring on a dud, and also because we don't want to waste anybody's money or time. But if you're a seller and you're like, well, I'm, less than $15 million a year, I only sell on Amazon, and like I work through, I don't initially do like huge volumes yet. Like that's probably a situation where you might want to find another path, like maybe something like the company Grovana, where it can act like as a 1P incubator. And what we find works best for like the clients it works best for are ones who really need a more profitable situation where they have really low price items, or they're looking to grow rapidly and they need a more consistent like income stream. So it's not initially sold on a consignment basis, but through these big chunks of cash via PO, helps them grow faster, invest in their own logistics network or additional manufacturing. It's kind of like for brands that are looking to go to the next level in terms of size and operational sophistication.
Awesome. All right. Let me pick another one here. What do you like? This one I think is great. I think there are conceptions or perceptions about the benefits of 1P. Which ones would you say the benefits 1P are most tangible and real versus which ones do you feel like are just overstated, maybe not grounded in reality? Like,
yeah.
What would you put at the bottom and the top of the list? Who wants to take that one first?
I mean, I'll take that. The top of the list is profitability. We see a marked change in the profitability to the brand when they shift from seller to vendor. As I mentioned, there's a reason Amazon loves sellers. And then 2 is kind of conversion rate, customer trust, especially in certain categories like supplements or healthcare or beauty. Customers typically want to buy, they trust shipped and sold by Amazon, potentially a little more than shipped by, or, sold by Paul's store, shipped by Amazon. I'd say those are like the 2 big ones. And tied with profitability is that like cash flow perspective, because there's fewer, so much of the placements on Amazon are now open to 1P and 3P working. I just had a conversation with my client and their vendor manager last week. Like, what can you do for us? What cool stuff can we access? And they're like, well, most of it's owned by ads, and ads are accessible for 1P and 3P. So I'd say like top of the list is that like monetary direct P&L impact and customer confidence that hopefully leads to improved conversion rate. Nick, what do you think?
Anything you want to add there, Nick?
In terms of 1P benefits that are a bit mythological, we have encountered some clients or potential 1P vendors who believe that Amazon can just force growth on you. Like we'll get into 1P and Amazon will grow us. The rules still apply. You still need to have demand for your product. You need to have quality product, good logistics. Amazon does not just bestow growth upon you. It's a surprisingly persistent belief we've heard from a couple pockets of candidates out there.
The other misconception is that a vendor manager can do anything. So it used to be back in the day when I was a vendor manager, I could influence forecasts. I could work with my in-stock manager to cut POs. At this point, they can do bulk purchase orders with working with their in-stock managers. But most of the ordering and forecasting is owned by the central supply chain operations team that's entirely algorithmically generated. Like the VM has very little control. So again, like if structurally you think looking at 1P versus 3P can help you grow your business overall, you'll still have to drive it. But from a kind of programmatic and structural perspective, 1P can be helpful to certain brands. I also saw, Paul, you said something about international expansion. One thing we get asked is, hey, if I'm 1P in Germany, will I just get 1P in US? The problem is US, we're a little arrogant, especially Amazon US, and they'll say, okay, that's cute. You're in Germany as a 1P, come over here, sell 3P, and then grow, and we'll talk. So it's not like you get 1P in another country and it's a silver bullet to get it in US.
On the topic of benefits, there is certainly, that's why I put this question up, perception around brand control, right? But in practice, I mean, we have brand registry, right? It's available to both 1P and 3P. But in practice, as an Amazon vendor, do I have more, I would say, meaningful control over my brand, PDPs, merchandising, brand store, and the like?
I would love to say you do, but not really. They both seller and vendor work with similar support teams, in India or the Philippines that are helping. Like when you say, hey, I need to improve, I need to fix my variation, you send it to your CSM, your customer success manager, because you're paying for ABS, for example, which is like kind of like a specialized brand person for your business. They then send it to an offshore team. The team takes time to turn it around and fix it. If it breaks, they have to go back and fix it again. Or say that 3P sellers are hijacking your 1P brand. 3P sellers can still hijack the content. 1P content is supposed to override 3P, but it's in practice, I see it happen all the time where that's not the case. Amazon also, with very few exceptions, will not gate 3P sellers. So if you're in a premium beauty category, you can pay an extra 15%, and they won't let any other 3P sellers sell on your brand, but no other categories have that option. So it's, again, like it's really like there's no silver bullet for protecting your products on 1P. There used to be, but it's definitely changing.
All right. Next question comes from Jonathan. Very timely and we're very aligned to some of our previous sessions. How do I get on Amazon Fresh?
Well, that program is closing. So they're actually spinning down Fresh. There is a new program that they've added where if you go to your cart, they'll suggest different fresh options like groceries. So they are still working on grocery, but there's no longer a separate Amazon Fresh team. So it's a kind of general grocery team.
I guess perhaps the broader question, and Jonathan, feel free to clarify here.
Yeah.
If I'm selling a grocery product, particularly that's maybe in a cold chain environment or kind of a shorter shelf life, and maybe that's meant I haven't been able to sell it through the 3P model, but I'm keen to sell it through Amazon on the 1P model. How would I go about that? Any tips or advice for Jonathan on that front?
I'd say it's a similar situation to others that we spoke about in terms of distribution, but within that particular space, Amazon looks very closely at Walmart within grocery and kind of temperature controlled type products. Are you on Walmart? What does your social presence look like? You've seen some of these brands that are in the kind of grocery food space that have blown up on social, and then Amazon wants to bring them on. So it's the similar structure applies of like, how big is your business? Where are you? Where else are you selling? What does your logistics situation look like? And putting together the right kind of pitch or proposal for that vendor manager to make them interested in bringing on your products.
All right. Last question here from Jody. What insights can you provide about the PPM program? Will agreeing to a PPM improve sales? Now, I must admit, full disclosure, I'm not completely sure what the PPM acronym stands for here.
Is that a GMM agreement, guaranteed minimum margin?
So just for some definitions, net PPM is your net product and net margin, whether it's per product or in a total. Because Amazon doesn't share their below the line costs and their core profitability metrics, net PPM is what they use to converse with vendors. But that net PPM does influence everything from your pricing to forecasts, how much Amazon buys from you, as well as whether or not you're eligible for advertising and how you rank in search. Those little Amazon's Choice badges, it's not just because people buy a lot of it, but because that product's really profitable to Amazon. So from a profitability perspective, profitability drives every decision the Amazon retail team makes for the most part. If you're speaking to a guaranteed margin agreement, we typically steer our clients away from that. Actually, I have a client, I'm helping them negotiate to get out of one right now, because it's just like a Band-Aid that can cover all number of sins. And it's just money taken out of your pocket no matter what. So I think making sure that you are meeting your vendor manager's goals from net PPM perspective, however that needs to be kind of cooked, right? So different buckets have different levels of impact. How you can structure that, so it also makes sense for you, will ultimately drive your business forward. Because if you're not profitable to Amazon, they're not going to buy your products. They're not going to let you advertise. They're not going to, show you top of search or anything like that. I don't know, Nick, you want to add anything?
I was going to add that a GMM is generally not a beneficial thing to agree into. And from my vendor manager experience, if one of my peers were able to secure a GMM, they're preparing their promotion doc next. That's a big win for Amazon, rarely favorable for a vendor. We would never advise our clients to enter those. And to answer your original question there, it really is very unlikely to improve your sales on its own. And if you are agreeing to a GMM, Amazon will definitely need to give you something considerable to help drive sales. If you're just giving it away just to appease them, you're just going to see less profit, and it's not going to on its own really improve your sales.
It's more important to understand why Amazon's asking for that. What are the root causes that are degrading their profit margin, or, what's happening out there? So for example, when my clients, they have a lot of issues with channel conflict, price matching, Amazon doesn't want to go through the hassle of asking them for a price protection agreement every time there's a match. Or, they only, kind of like Nick's earlier point, they only have one warehouse where they're trying to fulfill everything. So Amazon's shouldering all the inbound and outbound costs for the products. So really start asking some good questions. Ask some questions of like, why this GMM? What are you trying to solve here?
All right, that is great. So to summarize, GMM very rarely sounds like a win-win to me. So certainly steer away from it unless Amazon brings something extremely compelling to the table. But great question, Jody. Really thank you, and I appreciate you clarifying that you were talking about GMM as well. Cara and Nick, we're going to have to wrap up this particular session. It's been very engaging, very interesting. Lots of questions we didn't get around to, but I know, Cara, you're hanging around for our expert panel a little bit later on. So we look forward to really diving into some of those questions a little bit deeper. Thank you, guys, and look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thanks,
Thank
everybody.
you, Paul. Thank you, everybody, for attending.
All right. That brought to an end our session around how do you actually become a 1P vendor, if you're starting from a 3B perspective. To be honest, I couldn't think of a better segue to go to our next session, because next up is Alexandra Carmody from Front Row. She's going to focus on proactive steps every vendor can take to really reduce the compliance risk and avoid account suspension or closure. So in other words, once you've got your 1P account, how do you make sure you keep it? A lot of you would have received notices from Amazon saying that because you're not meeting certain thresholds, so there are certain challenges with your account, you're at risk of losing your Amazon vendor account. So the next session here is really to talk about that. So I just want to welcome Alexandra to the stage. She's going to outline some of the early warning signs to watch out for and the fixes that really work before those problems escalate and you lose your account. Alexandra, it's great to have you. Thanks again for joining our vendor summit on day one.
Awesome. Thanks, Paul. And just so I'm clear, do I just click the present button and jump into the slides as we go?
You're most welcome to. Yeah, you can drive yourself. You can share. If you are experiencing any technical issues, I can also do that for you. But feel free to give that a go.
Awesome. I'm excited to kind of chat through this. And, I won't sound too much like an alarmist as we go, but it can be scary when you kind of know the signs and how Amazon functions. So I'm excited to chat today and kind of see what comments and questions come through. I'm the SVP of commercial operations at Front Row. So, I've kind of seen it all across the whole scope in terms of managing brands directly, as well as, going through what the negotiations look like on the Amazon side. So I'm going to go ahead and try and present. Let me share my screen. All right. I think I am sharing. I think it's there, maybe not in presentation mode. Let's do slideshow. All right, I think we're all set. So again, we're going to be chatting through preventing your vendor account closure. And again, really the objective today is to understand and discuss proactive steps, high-level strategies that have kind of worked or been something that we've seen be really helpful across brand partners within our portfolio or clients we've chatted with, how to manage some of those compliance risks, an overview of what are some of the safeguard operations, best practices that we've been able to see over time, and then what are those signals that kind of come up or could be kind of a trigger as you're thinking or maybe anticipating closure threats. As sophisticated as Amazon is, they tend to do kind of closure threats or closure discussions really in the weeds, deep negotiations around the same time every year, which is leading into Q4, which was very, very stressful for vendors and sellers. So we'll kind of talk through these three major points today. But first, I think one of the big things that we chat through with our brand partners on a pretty consistent basis is just really understanding how the landscape of Amazon has changed. Because understanding that can kind of give a proof point behind why Amazon's 1P structure has also really evolved over the last 2 years in particular. So whereas in the past, if you were a high growth brand, really regardless of size or regardless of if you were enterprise or a smaller vendor, you could just get your products up on Amazon and they were your partner to make sure they sold through. There weren't concerns about, channel issues around pricing. You could just get your product up with a very, very small advertising budget or, a very kind of, baseline one and really make it work for your brand. However, the marketplace has become extremely saturated, whether it's category saturation, specific product saturation. So really understanding that you need to be fueling two engines and everything you do off channel is going to impact Amazon almost directly. So because of that landscape shift and understanding that the way we kind of view it here and how we talk to our portfolio partners is you have two engines. You have brand equity and demand generation, and then you have your conversion and scale on Amazon. But what's different that we've seen with kind of the overall sales funnel is these two engines are now interconnected completely and they loop back together. So really kind of driving in there and understanding, there was a lot of mass account closures in 2024 and the entire kind of structure of 1P really shifted. What then did we learn in 2025? How can we utilize what we saw in 2024 and kind of, the mass closures? What did we learn this year? What worked? And what can we anticipate in 2026? So looking ahead, I've kind of mapped this out so that we have consistent categories across the top, and then we'll build on each as we kind of, walk through everything here. So the first piece is around managing that compliance risk. Where have we been? What did we learn in 2024 when smaller vendors got that really alarming message from Amazon that they were no longer going to be in the 1P program? So I've broken it down into 5 kind of core categories. Again, these will be the same across the 3 sections we'll chat through. But really it came down to Amazon wanting operational efficiency across their total business. They wanted to do and did really a major profitability overhaul. They were looking for streamlined growth. So not necessarily let's get as many sellers as many vendors. They wanted to take what already kind of existed and grow upon that. They wanted to isolate a particular group of vendors. They needed to think through who is it that we can kind of, take resources from to add to these more enterprise level brands that we want to be working with. And those were major shifts. So drilling into the first one here, which is operational efficiency, Amazon, took a look under the hood and they found a ton of inefficiencies across their operating expenses, whether it was from their FBA warehouses, the resources that they had on staff. It really became the focal point to drive some of these mass account closures in 2024 as they looked ahead to 2025. I think you can make some, leaps a little bit, specifically in the 1P vendor space of, were there tentpole holidays that didn't do as well in 2024? We all know that there was major bottlenecking between the Prime Day in July versus October for 1P accounts in particular. Really what was kind of driving that was Amazon really evaluating and auditing their business to figure out, we have the ability to be more efficient operationally. And with that, we want to use resources we already have and reallocate them around. Profitability overhaul. I know that just came up in Kara and Nick's session. This is really the driving force behind it. After reviewing all the operational expenses, Amazon really took it a step further and evaluated what's going to make their partners more profitable and improve Amazon's bottom line. It's a tough pill to swallow when you're on the smaller vendor side because you've had that handholding, you've had that relationship with Amazon, but it really all goes into kind of the third bucket of that streamlined growth. If you can prioritize large scale vendors with high growth opportunities, but also high growth potential, Amazon can also then put those resources back into where they're really doubling down and they're making safer bets, and then their resources aren't running as thin. The impacted vendors happen to be those smaller accounts between 5 and 10 mil within the 1P environment. Again, never fully confirmed, but from what we've kind of seen across, groups within the 1P or people who actually got those account closures, really understanding what those thresholds look like can be a good signal for future planning. And then with this enterprise level shift, what really came out of it was, if you're going to be focusing on enterprise level accounts, companies, whatever it might look like, there was really a lack of clarity when these account closures happened in terms of who's going to be my catalog manager, who's going to be my, person to go to really drive my growth. So that shift means those companies have internal teams likely. They have a larger scope. They have more opportunities that are being brought to them by Amazon. And knowing and understanding that, and the fact that you have to get kind of comfortable with a lack of clarity with Amazon sometimes. It really did put a lot of that onus back on the brands directly. So understanding those pieces, really what happened in that time frame in 2024, what can we kind of pull out as safeguards as you think through what did we do in 2025? So that idea of application of this happened, we all maybe panicked a little bit, but what could we really pull out of it and really drive a positive kind of motion behind it? So what really worked and what should we be aware of beyond this point? So again, the same kind of 5 core categories, but with less mass closures happening in Q4 of this year, Amazon vendor partners did put, again, more pressure back onto the brands or the clients or the actual companies. And when I say put pressure back on, I mean more so, that pressure from a cost perspective. The negotiations to remain in 1P this year were much more aggressive than what we've heard from other partners in the past. So you kind of have that, that juggle between are mass closures worse or are really intense negotiations going to be worse for your brand overall? I think the big thing to kind of call out from that, though, is if you can negotiate, it means that there's something that's left on the table. So that idea of operational efficiency and what you can pull from what we learned in 2024 and really what 2025 ended up looking like was better to kind of negotiate out if you're still trying to think through with Amazon what's going to make the most sense for 1P. But that pressure back on you as the company or as the brand means you can actually be creative. And in the next section, we'll talk through what does that really look like, where you can maintain that operational efficiency with your vendor manager if you still have one, really maintain that strong partnership with Amazon, but actually go a little bit outside of the general scope, because as they evolve, you should be evolving in your partnership as well. The profitability overhaul hasn't gone anywhere with the ever-changing movements with tariffs and, everything else that Amazon's going through with, their removal of FBA pick and pack capabilities, their ability to actually, do some of those stickering processes that are going away for just standard 3P sellers come January. Operational excellence is still at the forefront of Amazon's kind of motions and what they want to be doing in 2026, but profitability really is the driving force behind it. So one of the things that we've been kind of, talking through with a lot of our partners is making sure that you're engaging with your vendor manager or partner, if you still have one, on an ongoing regular basis. We know that this has changed for a lot of those mid-tier vendors where maybe you don't have a core person you can go to as regularly as you might have had in the past, but it's a give and take. the more you can bring to the table to say, we're thinking about this off-marketing platform or this off-marketing kind of push for this product launch, what can Amazon bring to the table to kind of comp it? Those sorts of conversations can help in that overall profitability discussion as you're negotiating, because you're bringing more into the funnel. That idea of bringing off channel and kind of fueling that engine one from the beginning of our presentation, that's really where Amazon's going to get excited, and they're going to double down on your commitment to the platform. Streamlined growth obviously is always where Amazon's going to, really, really drive and be picky and choosy around what products they remain or keep within your portfolio. So what we've started to see and what we've started to encourage some of our portfolio partners to do is think through SKU rationalization on a more frequent basis. A lot of our partners in the past maybe only did a SKU rationalization annually, completely based off of sales or based off of operating costs internally to actually get the raw ingredients. Now with tariffs, with Amazon's profitability changes, as well as, changing fees across FBA and beyond, I think it's a really important thing to think through, not waiting for Amazon to cut products from your POs and being proactive of what you want to see within the channel. We're only as good as the products that perform in the eyes of a 1P relationship, but I think there's so many creative ways that you can take middle of the road SKUs, actually drive that growth off channel, and that will ring an alarm to Amazon. We see that a lot with brands who play between Amazon and Walmart really heavily. And as much as, you don't want to be in the middle of those two, it is important to fuel both of those kind of channels because they're going to help each other at the end of the day. The impacted vendors and kind of what we're seeing in terms of, Amazon doing the mass closures and really just keeping an aligning of those 10 mil plus, the baseline is now about the same for most of the vendors within 1P, unless you're part of a larger conglomerate company. So understanding that those large scale enterprise companies will gain those additional features, homepage placements, additional tentpole holidays. It also means that there's visibility behind it for those middle tiered vendors to approach Amazon and say, we would love that level. What does it look like? And I think that goes back into, as much as Amazon puts pressure on us as either agency partners or as, brand partners, you can put that same sort of pressure back on Amazon. And I think that's a big shift that's happened as well in terms of account closures. Amazon 1P doesn't want to necessarily have you close your account or force you down that line, but they do want to make sure that they are negotiating and keeping that profitability at the forefront and making sure that their bottom line remains consistent. So thinking through what those different partnership agreements could look like, not opting into anything with Amazon because they're telling you it's a program requirement, really understanding what the right questions are will help a ton there. And then those enterprise level shifts that we kind of chatted about around those account closures in 2024, those always equate to additional services. Homepage placements, value add dollars, ad program betas. Knowing that all of those pieces are going to be passed through back to you as the brand, you can actually now plan ahead within the next year to think through, okay, let's assume we get the same sort of homepage placement we maybe received for free in our 1P account last year. Let's assume we have to cover those costs. What did it look like? Did we see a nice increase of sales? And then you can actually map out your marketing plan more in advance so you know what to ask for and you know what to negotiate. It's better to be in a position to know you have to negotiate and to come in really strong with a perspective than for Amazon to say, this is what we're negotiating to, and it just comes down to cost, because that could be a trigger for an account closure or for a tougher conversation down the line. So we've talked a lot about kind of where we've been, what are some things that we've learned within the year, but there are also identifying of signals in terms of where you can go next. And this kind of goes back to the beginning around the idea of making sure you're always fueling Amazon within the confines of 1P and what's approved, but making sure that you're still growing your brand off channel from an awareness perspective that fuels back in. And understanding how all of those are going to be interconnected really will help you feel more in control and plan around Amazon in the future. So from the idea of thinking through what are these sort of signals, what are things to keep in mind, I would say one of the biggest ones to always think through and evaluate is going to be around your 3PL networks. It came up in the last session the end when I jumped in and was listening in. But understanding what your warehouses are capable of doing can be monumental to your operational efficiencies. The more efficient you are from an operations perspective, the less you are likely to get flagged by something on the back end from a 1P vendor manager perspective. But also, too, the quicker you can get product into Amazon, the quicker they're going to want to sell through it. And there's so many FBA fees changing and so many things being modified on the back end. Having a nice 3PL backup partner, even for, say, listing items as FBM, or, if you have products that need to be cold shipped, finding a 3PL partner who can actually cold ship for you for certain SKUs within your portfolio can, again, be monumental to the way that you are operating within Amazon, keeping and adhering to your 1P and staying within that program, but still growing your business in a really meaningful way. I think one of the biggest things that we've been hearing from brand partners and prospects is this idea of hybrid modeling. So are there strategic initiatives where Amazon doesn't want to necessarily retain your full catalog, but from a total omni-channel strategy and as a brand, you want all of your products listed on Amazon? It's very common, especially if you're looking for investment. It's a big deal to have consistency across your channels. 1P vendors will order what's selling the best. We all know that. We know that they really live and breathe and die by the 80-20 rule. But some companies are feeling as though they're leaving money on the table. There's areas to A/B test. There's areas to grow, maybe additional kits, additional models, whatever that could really look like. So operationally, having some sort of backup or some way to be thinking through, would a hybrid model make sense for some of my SKUs? If Amazon really starts cutting on your POs, how do you still grow that core piece of the business and understand that consumer? The idea of being proactive in what those major SKU launches are, whether they're cuts or initial launches that you're doing as a brand, whenever you can, really try and chat with your vendor manager or anyone you can kind of grab and get a hold of at Amazon. They're going to want to double down because anything you do off channel is going to grow your sales on Amazon. And I know I've said that a million times, but Amazon also exists in a space of if you're paying or spending that money anyway, and they're getting the benefit, they're more likely to pass through something to you as you grow within either your category or within a particular SKU assortment. So really understanding what that game plan is, using it as a negotiation tactic of we're doing a massive activation, what can Amazon do to help us? And get really creative with your SKUs, new kits, new bundles, multi-packs. If Amazon doesn't necessarily see growth on a single item, maybe it's something that's a high replenishment item and you can actually dive into your subscribe and save in your repeat purchasers and maybe approach Amazon to say, we see potential to do a 2 and 3 pack. Let's test it out over 3 months. I do think it's interesting with vendor managers and how they've shifted because there's so many ways in which internal folks at Amazon either get comped or the way that they're tracking to their sales goals. If you can find any sort of tactic that's unique and interesting and it works, your vendor manager is going to be on board if you have the operations to do it. And you also can have that discussion with Amazon where they're the most profitable and how they're purchasing the items together. And then in terms of, vendors and all the shifts, if all of the vendors that aren't necessarily, the P&Gs, the Unilevers of the world, if they're all relatively equal in terms of offers, it means that you can adapt and inform your strategy more directly. You can consider a more hands-on approach when it comes to things like ad strategy because those teams have now been segmented out and are separate from your vendor manager and your category manager. Your strategy can go beyond that point. Really knowing that can empower your brand to do differentiation through storytelling, which I think through content and optimized copy is going to be really major in 2026 as you're maintaining and really trying to avoid that 1P closure. And then anything at that enterprise level, again, is going to happen first. That's where the betas are going to go, the exclusive tentpole holidays, that marketing plan that you might get from your vendor manager. The more information that you can be sharing or trying to provide ahead to Amazon throughout the year does help them to just kind of stay in the mix with you. And I know that sounds kind of silly because everything with Amazon is really rooted in what's driving the most for their business and your business as well. But understanding that they are going to bring more to the table with the more you share, that's going to be really, really key here. Feeling uncomfortable maybe in the moment, but getting comfortable pushing Amazon is going to help for future conversations being much easier if and when they decide to do mass account closures again, and it's based off of some rolling revenue. And then the big piece that I think you always really need to understand or think through, or, just keep in the back of your mind, and maybe do this on an ongoing basis, just to make sure that you have your ducks in a row, is compare your models. An evaluation on an ongoing basis between your trade-offs across margin, agility, and operational ownership can be really paramount if and when you start feeling there are signals that 1P might be, taking down your account and kind of putting you into a 3P environment. So think through having someone on your side who can be a strategic partner internally, even if it's not a full team, to ensure that if 1P went away at the end of Q1, which likely would never happen, but of course we exist in this space of thinking through all of the different scenarios here. Are you set up to handle chargebacks? Are you set up to manage your ad strategy without an agency partner? What does it look like to kind of sell your products at consignment versus just selling to Amazon? Really understanding these key areas in terms of the models and what the trade-offs look like empowers you even further to have more strategic conversations with Amazon. It can be very easy to get stuck in that kind of endless loop of, here's our strategy, here's what it looks like. We are category leaders. We know that this works with other brands. Push back on Amazon, ask them more questions. Even if you're playing in a particular category, ask them what that category makeup looks like in terms of top line revenue across the competitors that they're noting. These sorts of tactics are really, really key in terms of giving you the power and the ownership back to put that pressure into your conversations with Amazon at any point in terms of negotiation. But overall, a lot of these are signals. Whether you can see it from off channel with 3P sellers, noticing all of these FBA fee changes, even if it's not a 1P kind of specific notion from Amazon of something that they're shifting, it's always going to impact every single team as you go. That is all I have for my presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing. And I think I'm bringing Paul back in.
I am back and my microphone is also working. That is great. Thank you so much, Alexandra. That is fantastic. Such rich and valuable content there. I love your frameworks and how you thought about that, and how you really equipping us to really think pretty hard about those questions, and how to hold on to your account, and in a way that it drives success for both Amazon and yourselves. So we have a little bit of time left for questions. If you have a burning question for Alexandra, please pop them in the chat window here, or on the comments on LinkedIn or YouTube. But to kick us off, I have a few questions here that I've collected earlier. And so let's start with that. Let's talk maybe just about a very pragmatic question here, right? We're in the middle of a negotiation with Amazon. How do you know? I mean, I think it's easy for Amazon to, I guess, hint at closing the account as a negotiation lever and as a hardball tactic.
Yep.
I think as a vendor, how can you tell the difference between sort of Amazon just playing hardball versus actually my account is really at risk of closure, right?
Yeah.
So what do you look at? How would you advise your clients who are really concerned about that in the middle of their negotiation process?
Yeah, that's a great question too, because it came up really heavily this year in the 2025, looking into 2026 negotiations that sort of just happened. I would say the big thing to know between hardball versus total closure is if you're able, and it sounds silly, it's if you're able to get your vendor manager on the phone to have a larger discussion. If you just get an email where they say you're out of compliance for something, or we have to take a look at this, we're looping in with another team, push back and try and get your Amazon vendor or whoever reached out to you on a phone call, go through a deep dive with them and say, I'd like to understand what you're looking at. Most brands, portfolio partners that we have don't 100% feel comfortable doing that, because Amazon has brought so much to the table for brands in the past. Getting really comfortable there and knowing I can push back and making sure we can jump in and say, hey, really walk me through why we're not at a threshold for sales, or whatever that might look like. That's going to be really, really key in understanding of, do I even have the runway to negotiate this? Or secondarily to that, are they actually going to shut down my account, or are they just trying to get something else out of your brand? I think the other thing to kind of keep in mind with that too, that, our brands have really taken kind of a hard line on is you should be able to ask questions, and getting on a call is much easier because Amazon vendors are more likely to share if they are over the phone versus via email. So getting comfortable with that kind of motion, I think that that's really key in terms of, is it hardball or is it a true account closure? A true account closure should always be something that's coming from a completely separate team within Amazon, and you'll see all the press behind it. So if you start feeling like a hardball kind of pitch or a hardball discussion with Amazon, it's likely just coming from your vendor manager, and it's likely tied to some sort of internal sales goal.
Thank you, Alexandra. Good to give that perspective on that probably emotionally charged question for many vendors as in the middle of negotiation there. Let's talk about signals. What do you consider to be sort of silent indicators? I mean, how do I know? I know POs dropping off, shortages, chargebacks, VM doesn't respond to my calls anymore. They've written me off. Anything that you like, what are the things that you look at and say, actually, these are early warning signals, and we need to start taking this seriously and come up with a plan?
Yeah, I think the biggest one is PO shortages. If you are consistently sending in, say, 60 to 75 days worth of inventory, and then week over week, Amazon is cutting down particular SKUs or total POs to be carrying closer to like 30 to 45 on hand, that can be a silent signal, because you're also not going to get an exchange from that. You're just going to get the standard order. They're hoping that you process it. I think shortages is another one. It's a really good one to call out. You know, Amazon might say, hey, we don't want, you know, the original amount. Can you actually send us less? And I think another really silent indicator is how consistently is Amazon bringing down the price of your product, whether it's matching another channel or they're just carrying really long on something due to poor forecasting. I think that's another really big silent indicator, because as much as Amazon's going to price match almost automatically, yes, sometimes you get those chargebacks from that. They don't want that to be their long-term strategy with you as a brand partner either. So the longer that goes on without any sort of kind of intervention or discussion, that can be a really consistent silent signal that Amazon's always going to be tracking on the back end, is what's actually moving through. And if we're lowering price, but not really seeing an increase in terms of total units or volume being sold, really what's going on there? Is a problem with the brand? Is there a problem with, you know, ad spend or whatever it might be? And then of course your vendor manager responsiveness. That's a pretty big indicator of a silent kind of signal that maybe something's going on. Or I think what we've often seen is something will change dramatically in terms of team structure at Amazon. And we saw that most recently this year, where kind of the beauty teams all went into one large group. There was no real differentiator between 3P premium and general 3P or 1P beauty. That whole team kind of now sits in a whole customer service group together. So a lot of the time, those are also the silent signals. You start hearing that these groups or these, internal teams are shifting around. They have, different category leaders or whatever it is. That's usually another big silent signal that something else is in motion at Amazon.
Thank you. Probably a question more around kind of the hybrid aspect of kind of managing both, right? And I actually was just looking, I won't bring it up now, but 44% of people attending live are actually hybrid sellers. So yeah. I thought that's a really relevant question. So my question here was, we're considering hybrid to reduce some of that risk. What's your rule of thumb, if you have one? What's your rule of thumb for which SKUs should move to 3P versus stay on 1P? Yeah. How do you think about that?
Hybrid is a big motion we're seeing with a lot of brands. I think when you're thinking I always think about everything in like a 1, 2, 3 year kind of outlook. If you're thinking through a hybrid plan in your first year, you're going to want to keep your top sellers within 1P. From a consistency perspective, from an organic rankings perspective, from just keeping that relationship with your 1P vendor, it's better to keep your top sellers there. And likely you're going to get better placements or potential ad beta programs, things of that nature. What I would actually do is take your middle of the road SKUs try and launch them in 3P and utilize some of those things from a content storytelling perspective that you can't do in 1P, and see what that does within the first year for kind of that middle of the road group. The thing you have to keep in mind with that is, as your middle of the road SKUs do well on 3P, you're going to have, very similarly to Walmart, conversations with your Amazon 1P vendor about, does it make sense for us to move this group back into 1P? That puts you in a position of power, though. That puts you in a really good position to have those negotiations at a higher level with Amazon. And then I would say the other piece with 3P that you can consider is a net new SKU. Put together multi-packs if you have the operational kind of help to do it and you have that kind of built within your 3PL networks or your warehouse. Consider doing something like your multi-packs where you can actually variate out from, say, a single item or something along those lines. Keep it within your kind of 1P listing in regards to your reviews and everything being within the variation, but see if you can kind of target that repeat consumer to be purchasing something of a value pack on a product that does well. Again, you might still end up in a position where 1P wants to take that SKU down the line, but you as the seller have the control in that 3P seller environment to test that on your own, to not take on that risk of Amazon saying it didn't work after a month, we're not going to buy it anymore, and then you're sitting on a ton of goods you've already kitted out. That sort of kind of approach can reduce the risk. It can also open up a huge white space of opportunity. It gives you more control to test different things from an SEO perspective or a copy perspective that maybe you can't do in a 1P environment either way.
That's great advice. There is actually a lot of benefits to operating a 3P account beyond just driving sales. Access to a whole range of tools that vendors don't always have access to. So it's useful to have at least one foot in each camp and optimize for that. Last question for you for today, or at least part of this session. I know we'll have an opportunity to engage with you further as part of our panel, but slightly off topic perhaps, but your advice would be great here. So if our margins are being squeezed by tariffs, obviously very topical thing this year, freight or other category changes, how do you best communicate that back to Amazon without just sounding like, an excuse? I mean, Amazon probably doesn't want to hear it, right? I guess maybe another way to ask the question is are there things that you've seen this year that have worked better than others?
Yeah, this is the question. We within Front Row, we work across beauty, health and wellness, and CPG. And a lot of the brands that we work with in the wellness space, supplements in particular, are having a really big issue when it comes to raw ingredient sourcing. So instead of kind of positioning it as it's an excuse, I think kind of letting Amazon know we're trying to produce the actual product and the ingredients are what's killing us on the tariff, or the bottles, the tops to everything seems to be the big point of contention with a lot of brands. Setting forth with them, hey, this is the kind of approach we're taking as a total business. We think this is how long it might take. As long as Amazon understands that there's kind of a motion and it's a much broader kind of scope for your total business that's being impacted versus just the Amazon channel, I think that's when they read it less like an excuse. If they feel as though you're kind of giving away something to another retail partner, or you're doing something on D2C and Amazon's not getting the same benefit, that's when those conversations can be a little contentious. But I think in general, if you can approach Amazon and say, hey, this is a total business issue for us, it's not just for the products we're selling on your channel, they're way more likely to say, great, what does the timing look like? Okay, let's actually reforecast, let's re-demand plan from the 1P side. And then maybe there are opportunities of SKUs they've cut previously to kind of run through and run them through a 3P kind of hybrid model.
Fantastic. That is great, Alexandra. Thank you so much. I actually noticed we've got some other great questions coming in, particularly from David here around direct fulfillment. I'm going to hold that question until our expert panel a little bit later on. But yeah, don't worry, David. We'll get to your question for sure. All right, Alexandra, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on really how to work better with Amazon, how to prevent account closures, and all the things we can think about there. So I look forward to welcoming you back to the panel very, very shortly.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
Okay, everyone. Just a quick snapshot of where we are at. We are about to head into our final expert session with Ryan Craver very, very shortly. And after that, we have our Amazon vendor panel to close out really day one. This is really your opportunity to ask anything from the speakers that you've listened to today. Nothing's off limits here. So feel free to, or please, I should say, head to our Mentimeter survey here, mentimeter.com, code 31999030, and pop your question into the Q&A panel, or have a look at the questions that are already there and just upvote the ones that you are really interested in. That way we're getting making sure that we derive as much value for you as possible. All right, let's move on to our last session for today. Our final expert session before we head to the panel is with Ryan Craver. Ryan is the co-founder and chief strategy and data officer at Podean. Ryan's going to break down for us what a perfect Amazon vendor product launch looks like, and really how to set up product launches for scale. He's also going to cover some of the common launch missteps and things that quietly kill momentum, and of course, how to avoid them, most importantly. Ryan, it's great to have you here today. The stage is all yours.
Paul, great to see you. Thank you for having me. I must say this is a pretty impressive roster you've got. You've got a whole bunch of agencies. We compete in some respects, but it's definitely pretty impressive. However, I am going to pick one bone with you. I was told no branding, and you put me last. How are you going to put me last when we're talking about the perfect product launch? How are you going to do that? 7 a.m. in the morning there in Australia?
Yeah, 7:10. You know they say save the best till last. That's why you're on now.
There we go. Well, thanks.
All right,
for
the
the time.
stage is yours.
Okay, so what you're going to see here is you're going to see a bunch of checklists. You're probably going to see a little bit of hacks to help you try and navigate the 1P world. I purposely made it so it was in 3 slides so that you could use this as a checklist. Throw it up on your refrigerator, do what you need to do to just keep this in the background so that you've always got it. So let's talk about launching on 1P. So we're talking about an instance where we know that the catalog and or the brand is either brand new to 1P, or it's something that is augmenting what you're currently selling on the 1P account today. The first thing to think about from my perspective is what catalog you're going to put up and how you're going to set it up. This is the point at which you are going to hopefully be setting up a sustainable program for the foreseeable future, or into perpetuity, or until Amazon is no longer the dominant beast that it is today. So the first thing to think about with that catalog selection and that setup is what you're going to do in terms of your list price. So the list price, as most of us know, is the price with which Amazon determines the initial price that they're going to launch at. And it's usually the price that stays unless they're doing some price following or you're running any particular price discounts to that product. That list price ideally is a list price that is in parity to the other channels with which you sell. Now, sometimes we have clients, they try and run a list price that is going to be at a higher price than other channels because maybe it's not as profitable as a channel relative to other retailers. Sometimes we have clients that have product that is, say, sold in a Walmart and has the ability to do buy online, pick up in store that comes at a lower price point. And sometimes we have clients that are loading product that is clearance product that they hope to generate a significant portion of business relatively quickly. However, if you're thinking of building, again, a long-term, sustainable, profitable business that stands the test of time, I highly encourage you to try and gain price parity across all the channels with which you sell. That's the first point. The second point is Amazon wouldn't even be in this game if they weren't making money, if they weren't making a decent retail dollar after everything is sold. If you look at the last couple quarters, Amazon has very clearly indicated that they are focused, not entirely growing the top line, because we've seen it grow anywhere from 8 to 12%, which is low relative to where they were before, but they are interested in growing the bottom line. Now, you're getting a bunch of business from the advertising side of the business. You're getting a bunch of business from the AWS business that's driving a lot of that profitability. However, it's very clear that if they are owning inventory in this 1P model, they're trying to focus on profitability. Therefore, when you're creating your list prices and the wholesale with which you're going to sell, you do need to make sure that you are at least within range of the net PPM for your relevant categories. You may ask, what is that relevant net PPM? It varies by category, and I'm happy to give more detail by category on what we see across our large portfolio of businesses, but you need to be at least within range. The third thing to think about is what's coming down the pipeline. So I've heard some discussion about GMMs. I've heard some discussions about how do we mitigate any tariff increases? How do we mitigate any terms increases? What I would encourage, again, is if we think this is a long-term sustainable product that we keep longer term, you want to try and add in what you don't know yet. So, as we know, future terms increases are always inevitable. They'll at least be pitched. Your ability to mitigate them is the difficult part. But know that you're going to have future terms increases, or if you don't have future terms increases, you have an AVN, or you have an additional ask on sales discounts, or you have some other term that will be invented that you're not yet aware of that will come into play. So know that when you're pricing those wholesales, leave some room for some future terms increases. The second thing is, because this is a launch, you're likely going to have some Vine associated dollars that are going to need to be spent. And you may even need to do a bit of an ad hoc sales discount that you hadn't planned. So you might be an everyday value product that prices at the same rate throughout the entire year and doesn't play into tentpole events. However, I still would have a little backup kitty money. And then the third thing is, we all know it's pay to play. So sustainable media, not launch media budgets, but sustainable media long-term for the price, the wholesale price to be included. Second bullet here is around multiple variations. So generally what you see is there's multiple variations for every listing. If, say, you're selling apparel and you have a singular, it's pretty cold in New York, if you have a singular base layer product that is only 4 sizes and it's only one color of black, you're not putting forth your best foot forward. So you do need to ensure you've got multiple variations just beyond size or just beyond a particular feature set. When you're thinking about building the actual product, I highly encourage you to start with a keyword list. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about content in a bit, but start with that keyword list that tells you all of the various keywords that you'd like to see yourself building into your bullets, building into the specific descriptions, building into the back-end alt image tags, but it's all those keywords that you know that you need to rank for in a decent way once you launch. The next thing to think about is, what's the category like? What is your offering within the category relative to the top sellers? What is your offering like relative to those that are in the middle of the road? What is your offering like relative to vertical factory brands that are pushing product that might be at a lower price or a higher price that includes increased advertising? What is your product like relative to the big brands that you want to steal market share for? All of those will give you an indication of what you want to push in terms of pricing, what you want to push in terms of content, keywords, bullet lists, etc. And then the last thing, and this one is the one that's moving a little bit fast, and we need to make sure that we are looking at how it changes, but take a look at how Rufus is being used across various competitors with which you will compete. Are those competitors answering the types of questions that you need to answer within your descriptions, within your content, within your pictures, within your featured images? Those are the types of questions that are going to differentiate you from others as we see Amazon start to lean in a bit harder on Rufus and start to highlight those products that are converting best via Rufus, and they add Rufus to even more advertising prompts. Now, the third one, and this is for the boring supply chain portion of this conversation, but it might be obvious. The smaller the product, the more efficient the product, the less hands that need to touch the product, the better position you're going to be in to ensure that longer term, your freight and your damages rates won't increase. And Amazon will be doing the least amount of touching with the highest yield on anything that's returned. So make sure you're thinking through that product in terms of frustration-free, optimized dimensions. Can you vacuum seal it? Can you put it in its own container? Does it have the ability to withstand a drop test? Will it be product that will resell relatively easily if it is returned and in a position to just reuse the packaging that it was in? Think through all of those items, because all of those items will impact you in terms longer term. Fourth bullet down, let's talk a little bit about content. So try to keep it short and sweet here, but the general takeaway is make sure you're using every slot you've got. So if you think through all those various slots, the 6 or so key ones to consider, of course, you've got your product shot from the beginning, maybe a second or third around product, but then you start to talk about the features. What's unique to the actual product? Differentiators would be a us comparison versus them. So do you have something that's a differentiator relative to the competition that you're trying to sell on, or the competition that you're buying ad spots on within the product ads that you're purchasing? Be careful though, because this is a fine line. You got to make sure that those differentiators are an effective showcase that aren't branded in any way to highlight the competitor. Next one is lifestyle. So tell the story of the brand, or at least show your brand in action. Make sure that they can envision that product either on them, with them, or near them, using it in some way, shape, or form. Guide, and this is highly, highly particular to products that are more technical. Ensure that you have the ability to access the guide in a relatively easy way, not just on the PDP, but also within the product as they receive the product. And then the last thing, and this one surprises me all the time, but check the box for video. And what a lot of clients we typically hear say is, well, we don't either have the budget to create a video for every single item, or we don't have a video to be shot for that item and didn't plan to do so. Throw on a simple video that's tied to your branding. It will at least check the box on the Amazon algorithm and help gain a better quality score for that PDP. Last one, and this is a little bit more controversial and generally one that our clients are upset to hear the answer or the recommendation to. But again, you are cultivating a 1P relationship that you want to ensure you're selling your best possible product that is profitable for you, but also profitable for Amazon with the best overall fill rates, lowest return rates. If you're in a position to clear product, either because it's excess product bought for another retailer, if it's wind down product, obsolete product, any reason for which you would do no further selling of that product in the next year or in the next 6 months, and you likely would impact your overall metrics, we highly, highly encourage you to avoid selling clearance product. Stay away from it on your 1P account if you're keeping your 1P account the main way in which you're doing business with Amazon. Potentially evaluate a 3P account. So now you've taken your catalog, you've looked at your catalog, you've started to figure out where you want to price it. How are you going to keep pricing parity to the rest of the channels with which you sell? You've started to think through all of your creative assets and you're starting to put all that in motion. Let's start getting to the dirty work. So first and foremost, how could this not be an Amazon slide if it didn't say set up brand registry? We know we need to set up brand registry, not just for the intellectual property, but also because a lot of the product offering will be tied to how the brand is represented and shown. This gives you the tools that you're going to need in order to make it look its best. Then directly below there is an incredibly important step, from my opinion, and it's mystery shop the competition. And when we say mystery shop the competition, I mean a complete review, browse, add review, and also purchase. Buy that product and make sure that you have the ability to understand what it's like to be a customer. And don't just make it you or your team do this purchase. Make sure you're getting opinions from others about what they think about the product, especially if you're not typically the target market for that product. Mystery shop, mystery shop, mystery shop, and don't stop. Continue to do it over time because we know that the market evolves considerably. Okay, so now you've gotten your first round of POs and the warehouse or the 3PL is getting ready to ship some of those POs. And you're starting to think through what else you need to build out. So we start to get to some of the enrichment of the brand. First and foremost is the designing and building of the brand store. And of course, you could be doing this in parallel as you're enriching the PDPs. But my number one piece of advice is seek to mimic your DTC with minimal creative differences. You can certainly create an entirely different program that looks different from your DTC if you want, or from other retailers if you're selling customized or individual or unique products to Amazon, and therefore do it. But for the most part, try and showcase your brand consistent across all the platforms with which they sell as best you can. Similar to the pricing parity, try for brand parity. With that said, there are a few quirks that you could use on your overall brand store. The first one to point out is the follow call to action. So as you know, you have the ability to follow a specific brand that then flows through to the rest of your funnel. Make sure you are calling the ability to follow it. It's generally a very quick and easy thing to do with a simple banner. Next thing is try to push your cleanest hero that you believe will be the one that's going to stand the test of time or the best showcase of your brand. If your brand is new to the platform, you want to put forth your best foot forward. You want to make sure that they're gaining access to the best product you have so that it then translates into additional loyalty sales further down the road. If it's not a brand new product, then it's not a brand new brand, then showcase it as a new product, new revamped product, or a new collection that you have come out with. Third thing here, video flash reel. Make it quick, make it easy. When we say flash, we mean 9-15 seconds at best. Don't take them through the entire brand because you're probably not going to get the entire view if it is a new brand to the majority of the shoppers that you're pushing it through. So catch them quick, make it sexy, make it short and sweet. And then the last part on the brand store is there are a number of brands worldwide that we come across that haven't thought through a different customer by country, right? So generally what you see is if it's an English-speaking country, it doesn't change much. However, I would highly encourage you to think about the customer that's within those particular countries and have one individual store look for each individual country. Of course, for those that are running under a different native language, you would definitely want to have them being completely separate so that you're speaking to that particular audience, but make sure you're speaking to the right customer. Okay, let's start to talk a little bit about the hacking portion. So now you've got your store built and in parallel, you're working on your A+. So as you'll see, I've crossed out A+. The general takeaway here is if you're going to build A+ once, build it in the premium version. The premium version is incredibly compelling relative to the old version of A+ that we all grew up on. You've got much better content in terms of being able to tell the brand story in a completely separate module than before. You've got more room for meta tags so that you can, on the back end, ensure that you're getting additional keyword harvesting and or additional languages for those countries that have multiple languages that are being pushed. You've got the extra wide layout, so you're taking up the full value of the desktop screen, and it's mobilely looking relatively optimized. And then you've also got interactive elements. So you have the ability to tell the story about the features in a much better way, and or things like dimensions and showcasing it so that they can see it within their living room, say if it's a particular piece of furniture. It's just a better overall experience for everyone. So if you're building it once, build it in the premium version. Now, a lot of people say, well, I can't build premium A+ because it's going to cost several $100,000 from Amazon. Well, the first hack here is, guess what? You can build premium A+ in Seller Central. I heard earlier that a number of accounts here are hybrid accounts. If you're not even a hybrid account today and you don't plan to sell on Seller Central anytime soon, set up a simple Seller Central account and still tie it to the brand registry so that you have the ability to manipulate listings, and then push premium A+ through Seller Central at zero cost. They don't charge today. I've been saying that for several years, but continue to push it through there as best you can. Now, product is shipped, it's landed, and you've got it there in the Amazon warehouses. So what do we have? We have to get it reviewed. Of course, we will tell you not to use friends and family reviews, although I know no one's going to listen to that. However, for Vine, which I'm sure we're all familiar with, it's typically a program in which you're being charged for it on the vendor central side of the business. I think first and foremost, ask your vendor manager if you have access to a vendor manager for credits. And if you cannot gain any credits, try shared support. I've seen it work a few times. However, tried shared support and or case if you'd like to get even more dangerous to try and gain some credits. If that doesn't work, go back to that same Seller Central account and make sure that you've got a product that, or the same Seller Central account that you had built the premium A+, make sure that you just pull that amount of product into that account, ship it in, and then depending upon the number of Vine units you have to do, push those into FBA. So I believe it's 30 potential reviews is a cost of $200 per parent ASIN. 10 is considerably cheaper. I believe it's $75. So just run your Vine if you can get it for free through your Seller Central account that you had run the premium A+ on. The last piece, and this is more controversial. So you've now got the product up, you got it reviewed. Many people will argue you want them to land on a product that's showing a sale price at the start. I say no. I say don't run with the sale price until you start to monitor and see whether the product has traction or not. You don't want to push any sales discounts unless you know that something hasn't worked. If something hasn't worked, then there's many other ways in which we can figure out how to skin this cat. But sales discounts to start don't make a ton of sense. So you've now got the product up, you've got it selling, you're starting to see some reviews posted via Vine, you've got its premium A+ up via Seller Central. We're now going to start some media. And this group of comments could be considerably longer. It could be an entire session in and of itself. Paul probably has a session on this. But I thought what I would do is just give you a few bullet points to think through the media strategy. Granted, it needs a lot more dependent upon product. But first and foremost, the number of accounts that we go through that we see no one utilizing a bid optimization tool continues to boggle my mind. make sure you're using some form of a bid optimization tool, not just running through Ad Console itself and using the rules that Amazon has allowed you to set up. That doesn't mean don't use the Ad Console for any optimization. I'm not saying that in any way, shape, or form. What I am saying is there will be certain sustainable media that you would like to run through an optimization tool. We all know there's weekends, and optimization tools for select products and for select bidding types can run very successfully 24/7, 366. Second thing to think about, everyone knows how to set up the automatic campaign, but what a tool or you could manually do if you really wanted to is take those manual campaigns or those automatic campaigns that are identifying successful conversions for keywords, for products, so competitors, and for specific subcategories, and harvest those as frequently as possible. I'm saying daily here, and I highly recommend doing it daily because this is the launch. This is where you're trying to figure out where you're going to be successful because you want to gain a new release badge. You gain the initial launch, you force feed some of the advertising, and you start to see some traction relatively quickly, and badges start to come with items like new release. Second thing that comes in is your sponsored brand and your video, right? We all know not only is it pay to play, but for a lot of those brands that are only running sponsored products in that first bullet, they're not being seen because they're not at the top of search. We can certainly buy Bid Plus to gain top of search, but that top of search isn't necessarily going to be vibrant enough like the sponsored brand campaigns that you have, or as you scroll midway through the search results to see the video, or when you're on the actual PDP of a competitor. So make sure that you're looking to do so to push not only to the PDPs with varied PDPs and also your store, but make sure when they land on those particular store pages, whether they're collections or new releases or just the main page, that it's a splash page that is customized for exactly what you want. Third thing, couldn't have an Amazon pitch unless we talked about Amazon Marketing Cloud. So Amazon Marketing Cloud is something that you want to make sure that you've got set up, right? Incredibly powerful tool. It's something that you can use just based on your sponsored product stuff. It can take DSP if you'd like, and it can also take on first-party data. If you're willing to load those three things, some of the data that comes out of there for various audiences, from awareness at top of funnel to consideration to conversion to loyalty, is incredible. And it's something that I would highly, highly encourage you to utilize. And it's something that most agencies are using on behalf of clients today. Last thing, and this is probably a little bit early to introduce DSP because we have yet to figure out our exact audience, but we need to build the top of funnel awareness around the program. If you're running a net new brand, this starts a little bit later than normal. However, if it's not a net new brand, you're going to probably already have some DSP running to drive some of that awareness. You just want to make sure that through those audiences, you're pivoting off that awareness. Now, there are a couple secret menu hacks on the side of media that essentially gives you free placement. If you look at certain brands have search ribbons directly below search results that will then show the various classifications. One of our very large apparel brands, if you search that brand, you're going to see every classification with which they sell an apparel, and that is essentially free real estate. That is a sponsored brand-esque look, but it's telling that customer that there's individual tiles of what types of silhouettes and products that they're selling. Always ask your vendor manager if you can gain access to that if your brand is of a sizable number. Last thing here around monitor and adjust. This is probably the most important thing after you've figured out which catalog you want to sell. But I would highly encourage you, use a software. There's many of them out there. They can daily monitor and track your bestseller rank, your share of voice on your media, and your organic rankings tied to specific keywords that you care about. Those things can be set so that you get pushed them every single day, or your brand manager gets pushed them every single day, but they're so incredibly important to figure out why sales ebb and flow over time. Last piece, which is the only piece that usually I would say doesn't necessarily need to be daily, more so weekly, would be those brand analytics search query performance items that would tell you how much search volume you're getting relative to the competition in terms of share. On the weekly basket, on the weekly monitor and adjust, make sure you're checking into that weekly, because it's going to tell you what other products are being bought with yours, but it's going to give you the identification of certain competitors that you didn't realize you compete with. It's great to figure out how else you can leverage that via media to go against other competitors, as well as figure out which potential bundles that you want to launch. Monitor weekly, keep it within the team monitoring it as best they can. And then bi-weekly. So bi-weekly, our agency, currently we're running a bunch of manual. We're doing about 1,000 or so a week, manual runs of Rufus to figure out how that's being used. Is customer reviews the most important? Is bullets the most important? Is titles the most important? Is it pulling off your purchase history? Is it pulling off of the top sellers? That is a fast-moving generative engine optimization that you definitely need to stay focused on to make sure that you are answering those questions, as well as outperforming those competitors that are answering Rufus questions better than you. Almost done. Point is, it never ends, right? So you may launch a product, but guess what? This is the fastest moving type of business in retail. It's not like a brick and mortar store, very obvious point, but it continues to move. So you need to know that there needs to be an initial push for advertising that then moves into a sustainable spend budget longer term. You don't want to continue to send dumb traffic that doesn't convert. You got to continuously A/B test content and advertising. I would encourage this to be done bi-weekly. Continue to test. Third, and it was discussed in the last session, you got to cut the tail. Again, Amazon needs to make money, and you need to make sure that you're doing the dirty work of figuring out what products don't work for them, even if they control the pricing. You have to clean their house for them. Do that at least quarterly. Fourth, make sure you realize those items that may not work for Amazon continue to build either via 3P or via some other means, as you want to ensure that your entire product portfolio is showing up in Amazon in some way, shape, or form. And then don't be afraid to add additional variations. What variation are you not selling today that adds net new products to the overall listing or the PDP? Don't add a second black, but maybe add the color green. Controversial. Do not take bulk buys. If you're looking for a long-term sustainable business, bulk buys are not in your best interest. I have said that for the most part for probably about 90% of our clients. There are cases where I do think it does make sense. However, they're very rare. And then last but not least, ending the slide with what it says at the top. Test, refine, test, refine, test, refine. Keep testing, testing. Paul, would you like me to address some of these questions?
I think, well, first of all, Ryan, I just want to, let me just say my thanks, first of all. I really appreciate how you've walked us through this, really how you clearly mapped out the journey, really end to end, from really pre-launch the fundamentals, pricing readiness, and then sort of this never-ending testing and optimization. I really appreciate it. And I think probably of all the sessions we've heard this morning, and I at risk of offending anyone else, I love the number of hacks. I think you're clearly leading number one here. The number of hacks and practical tips, really super valuable. So we do have a couple of questions here, Ryan, but because we are running just on schedule, what I'm going to do instead is carry these questions over to our panel discussion, if that's okay with you. And we'll tackle them there.
Let's do it.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm going to pop you backstage, Ryan, and then I'll let everyone know what is next. We'll see you very, very shortly.
Thanks for your time, everyone. Thanks for the invite, Paul.
All right, everyone. As I've mentioned before, we have our vendor panel starting, if you're on the West Coast, at 12:45 PST. That is just under 5 minutes from now. So we're going to take a very short break, about 2 to 3 minutes, just for me to collate the questions, get everything ready, let the speakers back in, and then we will kick off. If you haven't submitted your question yet, make sure you head to Mentimeter QR code, right? For me, it's the top left corner, maybe top right for you, not sure. But yeah, submit your questions, and I look forward to getting into that interactive discussion in a couple of minutes' time. We'll see you there very, very shortly. All right, everyone. We are back for our last session of the day, our panel discussion. This is really a free Q&A session, and most of our experts are back for this. So let me just bring them back on screen. We have Martin joining us, Kara from Flying Targets, Alexandra, and Ryan is also back. And let's make sure that I think I have got everyone there. So just give a little bit of context on how the session will run. We have collated most of the questions through Mentimeter there, and you've all shared your votes with us, which is great. I propose I'm going to go through them one by one, top to bottom, as well as some of the questions we did get around to, the questions around direct fulfillment, and some of the questions we didn't get to in terms of Ryan. I'm going to take the liberty here to direct a question to someone as I ask it, and then I'll give one or two of you the chance to perhaps build on your peers' answer as we go. All right. Well, maybe I want to just start with you, Ryan, as we didn't get to answer all the questions in your session. Let me make sure I bring them up. Let me start with this one. Yeah. How do you estimate, and this is in the context for those of you that weren't at the previous session, how do you estimate long-term sustainable inventory for a net new item without overcommitting? You know, in other words, how do you make sure that you don't end up with a whole lot of inventory in Amazon's warehouse that you then have to go and deal with?
Panel, doesn't it feel like Paul set this up as like a quiz show? He set out the rules, and then the way he's asking the question, I'm like nervous all of a sudden. Anyway,
That's the prize.
It's way. No one's worked this out, but I've been doing this for a couple of years now, and I've got the best job because I just get to ask the questions, and you guys get to do the hard work. So,
very good.
but luckily, you guys are the experts and not me. So. This question is certainly for you, but anyone else should feel free to share their perspectives.
Yeah, for sure. So very difficult question to answer, right? Estimating whether a program is going to be successful, and then if that is successful, how much inventory does it need? If it isn't successful, how do we get rid of the inventory that we had bought to gauge whether it would be successful? So generally what we look to do is we try to launch any new product on multiple marketplaces at once. So what I would encourage you to do is to think through not just Amazon 1P, but also think about other marketplaces that you can launch on or other retailers you can launch on, or have a clearance channel if you need to pull the ripcord. Let me give you an example. We just had a very large running shoe brand that launched into a new classification that they had never sold. That classification was launched on Amazon, and the question to us is, well, how much do we make? We told them we can't definitively tell you, except buy the minimums and then have a place to pull the ripcord if and when you need to do so. So they bought the minimums from the factory, they brought them in, we launched the program. Luckily, it was successful so that we blew through it. However, then creating a lack of stock and then some difficulty with Amazon. However, as long as you launch and then you follow as you see the launch and you follow some of the key metrics to understand whether you have a winner or not. So do you have a decently high conversion rate relative to the rest of the category, yet you're spending minimal spend? Do you have enough session growth on your key listings week over week over week? You generally should be able to manipulate the supply chain to then buy in so that you do not have out of stocks over time. However, if it didn't go well, then they had the option to sell it to TJ Maxx, Ross, Burlington to get out of that particular product. That's just a specific example that we've had more recently.
I can speak to some tools that I've had success with estimating this, because it is really challenging, to your point, Ryan. And I think also if you're in a large organization that has to balance supply chain and manufacturing and cost needs across multiple business units, I've had success either leveraging a tool like Stackline or Smart Scout is another option. Look at a like item, look to see what its average monthly run rate is, looking back and see when it launched. And you can kind of guide your team through, if you look at like the ramp. So products should take about 6 months to ramp on Amazon. Sometimes you can fast track that with a big advertising or external traffic push, but that's where I've had luck, because when I was at Amazon, that's how we back in the day would do our forecasting, is we would look at a like item and look to see if we transferred demand to this one, what could that run rate potentially be?
Right. Or the category groupings of rankings. So 50 to 100 did approximately this many units, 100 to 200 did this many units. Totally agree.
I did want to just have a follow-up question there, Ryan, which is a few years ago, there was a lot of talk about born to run, right? It sort of fits into this bucket. I mean, what is your view, and if others have views on born to run as well? I'd love to just hear, what's your perspective on that program right now? Is it worth it? Should vendors ignore it, or the smaller vendors getting into this? I mean, what's useful here for our audience?
We believe it's worthwhile to use it in moderation. So don't try to force too many units if you're allowed to force too many units. So definitely we think it's a program that's benefited a number of brands. We continue to push it as a recommendation for those brands that have either a new product or have a product they loaded that hasn't necessarily seen POs or seen any particular push from the algorithm. With that said, if We think that there's a potential to push POs outside of Born to Run. We will usually launch something on 3P to try and force the system to see the demand. And if the system sees the demand, generally it starts ordering it.
Yeah, I'm aligned with that. Like if a client doesn't have a hybrid situation where they're like through an authorized reseller like Front Row or Pattern or somebody, then Born to Run can be helpful. It's definitely, you need to make sure your internal team has a very structured process to manage it. Because if you have a certain amount left after a certain number of weeks, you get charged. And so if it can't just be a set it and forget it type deal. But it does address the core challenge with Amazon, which is kind of a chicken and the egg situation where oftentimes a product page won't even go live without traffic to it. But you can't get traffic to a product page without an order or without inventory on hand, and you can't get a PO without traffic to the page. So, you either have to use Born to Run sparingly, to Ryan's point, or you have to have a hybrid type. Most of my clients, I recommend that if they launch a hybrid strategy, which is usually my go-to, that they launch new products on the 3P side first, because then that also gives them some leverage when they're negotiating with Amazon on costs.
Paul, we need to have another summit. Should we do that summit tomorrow, the 3P summit?
There is another day, but unfortunately, I'm fully booked with other speakers tomorrow. But I'm gladly take your suggestions and work them into the program. Let's talk about a different type of hybrid, right? Not 3P versus 1P, but we're talking sort of on the 1P side, Amazon warehouse versus direct fulfillment. This touches probably on all of your this touches on, how do you think about this from new product launches, from broader vendor negotiation strategies, from, moving from 3P to 1P, and even around account closures, which you've all sort of covered. Maybe Martin, let me start with you. Like this topic of direct fulfillment and considering that as a lever for negotiation. I mean, how has that evolved over the last few years?
I think a lot of brands are finding themselves in a situation where, of course, fulfillment speed of Amazon has significantly increased, and where also, especially larger brands, are increasingly being restrained from moving away from the vendor model, right? So we're talking about a hybrid, we're talking about a 3P approach, but the reality is that for any brand that generates usually more than 15 million in annual net sales, will get actively being prevented by Amazon's retail teams from moving, particularly in the US, towards a hybrid or 3P scenario, particularly if the intention of the brand is to escape vendor negotiations. Or difficult becoming trade term negotiations. You can be lucky, particularly if Amazon is constrained in terms of the resources that they associate in the category through vendor managers. But probably it's a strategy that's mostly available for mid to long tail vendors. Insofar, of course, direct fulfillment can play a significant role if, as previously of our audience, the question was relating to, for example, okay, what is the inventory level that we should plan for new items? Direct fulfillment is ideal for this because you can make this inventory available from the get-go out of your own warehouse or a third-party warehouse, and thereby also stock it with much less of a risk. The big downside here is, of course, that you have less reach and that you potentially are not going to get the prime eligibility that you're looking for across all states, particularly in the US. So if you're having a warehouse out of which you fulfill in the east side, then it will be very difficult, obviously, to kind of transfer this to the entirety of the United States. In Europe, it's a little bit different, but the same principle applies, so to say. There is the EU-enabled vendor flex and direct fulfillment setup, but you will need to actively work on hitting certain benchmarks in order to be prime eligible here as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually just had the direct fulfillment conversation come up with my client and our vendor manager. Over the last 5 years, outbound shipping, inbound shipping costs weren't as much of an issue for Amazon, probably 5 to 8 years. But within the last few years, they're trying to put more of the responsibility or the onus on shipping onto the vendor, have it to share costs. So now they're asking that vendors not only enable all 3 channels, like direct fulfillment, PO, and potentially direct import, if it makes sense with their supply chain, so that Amazon can pick the most cost-effective option for them. But they're also asking brands to spin up additional nodes across the US, to Martin's point. So having mid-US coverage as well as East Coast and West. And it's, your question, David, around the hybrid strategy, it's a little bit different. So with hybrid, like a true hybrid, what you can get away with is a 1P vendor, having 1P and then an authorized reseller solution, which I've had a lot of success with larger brands. But it's not so much 3P FBM versus DF. DF is to enable Amazon to offset some of their costs so that you can have potentially a lower net PPM ask, because they're not having to cover all the outbound shipping and they can flex as normal. Whereas 3P FBM is fundamentally kind of shifting over either to a hybrid model or to entirely to 3P. It's also different warehouses. 3P FBM is actually fulfilled by Amazon still, whereas direct fulfillment is obviously fulfilled by the brand.
Yeah, I think that's the big call out. I agree with you, Kara, around it's less direct fulfillment versus 3P FBM, and it's more of figuring out like what you can support as the brand. Does it make sense in terms of your overall strategy? But it really only works if like the segmentation of your SKUs is very different between your 1P SKUs and your 3P SKUs. That segmentation will give a comfortability to Amazon, because most of the time what at least we try and recommend if you're considering hybrid is if it's a net new product that Amazon maybe had low POs on or doesn't want to carry, or it's, a subset of SKUs that Amazon started to kind of like slowly wean down on. Either way, that opens up an opportunity for the idea of a hybrid, and also gives a little bit more control back to the brand, to play around with things like pricing, to play around with things maybe they can't get in a 1P environment.
I do wonder, just from a negotiations point of view, Martin, like if I am proposing as a vendor to move some inventory from the warehouse to direct fulfillment, I mean, what sort of price should I be able to extract from Amazon for that? I mean, it will be a different vendor code, obviously, but I mean, if all terms stay the same, then obviously it's going to be a massive win for Amazon, right? It's like a free lunch. What do you think is reasonable? I think
it's important. It's important to run the numbers, right? What are you saving by not having to ship goods towards a fragmented setup of different fulfillment centers if you do not have a consolidation or a pickup service such as a WePay combined with an Amazon Freight? What are actually the cost savings that you're having? But also considering that if you're taking this volume out of the equation with existing carriers, well, then those contracts with those carriers will carry less volume. So you actually may risk having worse contracts with them. And this is often sometimes what is really overlooked in all of this conversation, right? But you're absolutely right. If you're moving towards a different supply chain setup, you always need to ask yourself the question, who is the beneficiary here? Is it solely myself because I have cost savings, or is it also Amazon? In the case of a direct fulfillment setup, for example, you're basically carving a whole supply chain step out of the joint value and supply chain with this online retailer, meaning they no longer have to store, handle, or ship the goods out of their own fulfillment centers, which of course comes at significant cost savings for them. So while the exact amount for a cost increase or a trade terms reductions will differ by the actual cost savings that you realize, and should be certainly leaned against that exact figure that you can calculate there with your logistics and finance team, it's certainly true that you must reduce your investment exposure if you're taking more cost centers onto your own shoulders away from Amazon, keeping in mind that potentially you'll not be able to shift 100% of your selection towards the setup. Because effectively, as also Kara and Alexandra were saying, clearly you want to have this prime eligibility, and depending on where your warehouse sits, you may have to rely on Amazon for part of the volume that you sell to still leverage Amazon's fulfillment center network.
I wonder, and I pose the question to the rest of the group. From your clients and or discussions, are you finding that some clients are now finding the combination of Seller Central plus AWD plus FBA being more compelling than that of a 1P with DF and just normal POs?
I think it depends on what the context is from which you are starting, right? I mean, if you have a very low dependency on Amazon and you have a high leverage in your trade negotiations because you're a very strong national brand with a lot of legacy, there's no reason necessarily to lean onto complexifying your business yourself through a hybrid approach. And I would more lean towards what Kara was saying earlier, working with an external broker who can help you bridge the gap throughout more difficult becoming discussions when you're finding yourself in trade negotiations and Amazon applies complex disincentives on your account to maintain the organic sales ranking, to ensure that you actually do not give in into the leverage that Amazon is trying to build against you and your sales teams, right? But on the flip side, of course, I mean, as it's the little business one-on-one, diversification is key with any business and with any retailer. I would, however, pose the question back and say, are we thinking too small if we are just looking at 1P and 3P? Do we not needing to start really a conversation going forward? How do we extrapolate this kind of leverage across retailers in the online space? And do we really accept Amazon to grow to such a size that it becomes our number one online customer, or even the number one customer across all channels? And are we just leaning back and seeing that happening, growing our dependency through AWS retail, 3P selling services, Amazon transportation and freight, and also advertising on one retailer only and one tech company? Or do we need to reinforce our efforts to potentially not only look at Amazon, even though it has one of the most massive online marketplaces in the world today, and potentially need to also reinforce the way we are working beyond this only one retailer?
I'm also going to throw a wrench right in there. I think it's a good question though, Ryan. Where we see a lot of our brands that are either already in 1P, considering some sort of hybrid setup, or what's kind of motivating them behind it, outside of just like tough negotiations or, you know, Amazon really putting their foot down, the introduction of TikTok Shop and wanting to utilize things like multi-channel fulfillment and actually use Amazon inventory that's on hand to fulfill that channel has been very, very key in a lot of our brands within 1P or considering kind of a hybrid structure, because they want some sort of control over the SKUs that are exclusive within TikTok Shop, but making it available on Amazon without having to have structured POs within 1P and actually commit to particular units. So that's been an interesting thing we've started to see across a lot of our brands that sit in like larger conglomerate companies who really have this focus of, we can't really figure out TikTok Shop. It's been around for a little bit of time, really not going anywhere. And that's been also kind of a push that we've seen across a lot of brands in our portfolio of trying to figure out like really where does it make sense and how can we actually have like a better mix within our SKU assortment.
That's a really good point, because Amazon does not work well with virality. Amazon, they're forecasting, they like consistent, they like the same. Yeah. So, you know, we see a really positive, the brands that I've worked with that have spun up TikTok accounts, TikTok shops, see a really positive halo effect on Amazon, but Amazon can't figure it out. So you need that agility of sellers. And then, you know, back to your original question, most larger companies, at least, their financial operations, their fulfillment, there's nothing is set up for a 3P model, because you're going fundamentally from a kind of PO wholesale model, which matches most other retailers, to a consignment model where you're having to, you know, do the fulfillment. The times I've seen it do well are ones who've kind of found a very kind of unique back channel to go use Amazon Global Logistics and source directly from their overseas factory. But most brands are not set up for the complexity that is 3P, at least at the speed, right? Maybe after a few years working with a, you know, an authorized seller like Front Row Group or someone else, you know, you can spin it up, but it's so different. And brands don't really realize what they're getting into. It's like, oh, I'm going to get away from vendor negotiations, switch to 3P. It's like, there's no silver bullets with Amazon, period.
Totally.
So you have to make sure what fits your brand, whether it's, hey, I've got really heavy, bulky items, and it actually makes sense to me if I look at the costs benefit analysis to spin up additional nodes, because then I'm actually going to get better traction on Amazon, lower pricing, lower net PPM, you know, or I'm a lightweight item, but I'm really big on TikTok. So, you know, so it's very, there's no silver bullet. There's no quick answer. It just has to be really customized to your business.
I hear you. And I completely agree with that. I just think that what's interesting now is with AWD, MCF, Buy with Prime, you know, that three-headed monster, and the tariff situation, the lack of price increases, the difficult negotiations, all these various things. It's the first time in which I've seen some major brands capitulate and be willing to use something like AWD, because they then know that it also brings them multi-channel fulfillment with Walmart, multi-channel fulfillment with TikTok Shop. So it's more compelling than it's ever been. And Martin, I hear you loud and clear. They're selling us a drug, and we're all falling in love with it. And the problem is we're going to wake up in a couple of years' time, and we're going to have 50 different services that we're buying from them, and unspinning that web even harder than what it was before. So
it's called the flywheel, right?
Yes, sir. I was trying not to use that
Old
term.
handcuffs.
I was trying.
Golden handcuffs is good.
All right. I wanted to go back to some of the questions that were voted on by our audience today. Some of them like very granular, practical, some of them more strategic, but let's just throw them in there. Let's bring up this one here. This issue of Amazon price matching, maybe removing or suppressing your buy box because they found a listing somewhere else. Sometimes erroneous price matching. I mean, what can you do as an Amazon vendor? How can you escalate this and get some of this resolved, particularly when there's errors involved in the price matching algorithm? Who would like to have a go?
I mean, I've had success where, there, when you say proven escalation path, there's more of like a Hail Mary / throw as many things out there as you can. Amazon's scraper runs several times a day. It's not always accurate. I've had issues where it's like, it's a single it's a multi-pack that's trying to be matched to a single. The biggest thing is like, if you have an AVS or a CSM, escalating it there, explaining why these are not the like for like matches, or going through your VM or going through Vendor Central. The most painful thing is if you have to just submit cases in Vendor Central, it's just being consistent and sometimes submitting a lot of cases so that it hopefully gets escalated. But it's very painful. And I don't know if anyone else in this panel has a proven path, because if you do, I'd love to know. But even when I was a VM, I had a hard time working with the competitive scraping team who are in India to get them to re-scrape and get them to fix it. The worst thing is when Walmart wants to go just mess with Amazon, and the buyers at Walmart can actually change the prices. Amazon buyers cannot. Yeah. It's all algorithmic driven. It's all scraping. So that's the worst thing, is like you got like these buyers like going back and forth. But it's just a matter of like showing your data, showing the evidence. You're not just whining about the price match. You're saying, hey, this is this UPC, this is this, or this is a product that does not exist, or something like that. Typically 1P shouldn't be matching 3P. But I know that's kind of category dependent.
Yeah, I think category dependency is a big one with this in particular. I've seen the bots starting to scrape like Poshmark and people reselling like sponges on Poshmark, and then it's cutting down the price on Amazon for a brand that we work with. And it's gotten more sophisticated, but also in the same note, I think it's such a widespread problem that it's the consistency of opening up cases. I think, unfortunately, that's kind of the nature of the beast. There are some tools that you can do some price matching with, where you can actually load in like your floor price or pick a designation that's, hey, I don't want my margin to go below X, and they'll price match to a certain point. Those sorts of tools can help for like a short-term perspective, especially leading up to like a tentpole event, because you don't want to completely ruin all of the promotions that you already have planned with the 30 to 60-day look back. But I do think one of the things brands and sellers tend to overlook is if you find where the price is lowered and you don't know who that distributor is, or you don't know why they're selling, and it's not just like someone rogue on Walmart, it's like an actual website, or, we run into this with healthcare practitioner supplements that we help to manage on Amazon often. If that's not in their distributor agreements that they can be cutting down the price, you have to figure out a way to have that conversation directly with those individuals to tell them either A, they're in breach, or B, they need to right set the price. To your point though, Kara, like it's going to take some time for that team to actually re-scrape again. And it does take some time, but that consistency of the cases can help to kind of push that through. At the end of the day, like the last stop effort is, if you have an internal legal team, figuring out ways that you can kind of have that legal intervention outside of opening up cases and really having discussions with where that product ended up. Because counterfeiting has been a big issue. That's been kind of the world, and it's not great.
I think on top of that, right, also keep in mind, right, if Amazon constantly asks you for net PPM compensation, I mean, those are exactly the products that you should ideally not include in cost support agreements, etc. Which is why let it bleed dry is usually the best advice, right, possible, next to all of what the fellow panelists have already highlighted, so that Amazon internally also in its WBR reports is seeing, okay, there's something going wrong here and we're bleeding margin, which typically is the best way to get a vendor manager to act in Amazon's retail team.
Which, I mean, it sort of relates to a question which is more sort of about negotiation in nature here, which is around this, Amazon dropping the prices and, can you negotiate a net PPM floor, or, where they automatically, waive the MDF requirement or, equivalence. What do you do in those instances where Amazon is constantly dropping the price for competitive or price matching reasons, and it's just eroding your net PPM, and you've been asked to supplement all the time? I mean, what are some of the tactics and advice, building on sort of the conversation or the point you started to make, Martin?
I think, if you're dissecting the question, the net PPM floor, I'm not sure if that is a good idea to kind of negotiate in the first place from a compliance and legal standpoint as well. You're certainly landing or getting an expedited audit if the FTC or the European Commission is looking into that and they see that you're going into this direction of trying to kind of only compensate Amazon when certain pricing rules are becoming true. So I personally would not encourage you or anyone to kind of really go down this direction. Of course, Amazon will ask for cost support and guaranteed margin support. This is at their prerogative, and you can freely kind of negotiate that if in your jurisdiction this is fine, because this is a slightly different topic here. You do not intervene in their pricing decision. You merely compensate them for a certain margin level that they have set as a target. On your question, Paul, I think it comes really down to, as many of us have said before, identifying the underlying root cause. Is it a leaky distribution? Is it a rogue reseller? And depending on if you're in the US or not, do you have MAP policies that you can try to enforce outside of Amazon? And are there any other kind of elements that could help you to kind of at least control your distribution going forward so that this doesn't happen? When it comes to cost support and margin agreements, I would always be very careful to restrict them in time, restrict them by ASIN, and also restrict them ideally by an absolute dollar amount, so that you're not getting into a direction where you are really just compensating Amazon for whatever they're doing in the market, because then you quickly include elements like pricing errors, overstock markdown activities that you're effectively funding too, and which can really cost your business a lot of money without necessarily being able to anticipate or forecast that amount upfront.
Anyone like to add to that?
So there's a few different reasons net PPM will become an issue. One, to Martin's point, is around price matching, and that Amazon will just say to you, hey, you need to get your channel hygiene in order. So you need to go and have make sure you have an authorized reseller strategy, reseller agreements, especially if you're in a lot of legacy distribution channels, or you have maybe a professional team that's liquidating inventory. You need to have a enforcement mechanism, whether that's like an outside legal team or internal that can go and help enforce and take some of these kind of rogue resellers, whether taking them to court or dealing with it otherwise. But if net PPM is a constant conversation, you need to dissect what's influencing it, whether it's logistics and operations. Is it price matching? Is it packaging? Is it returns? What's driving that? Because net PPM is like the canary in the coal mine. It's calling out there's a problem, and you need to dissect and make sure you're addressing underlying root cause kind of systemically.
Thank you. Let's move on. We've spoken quite a bit about transition as part of today's session, mainly around transitioning from 3P to 1P, but in the context of account kind of closure protection, profitability, we have spoken about transitioning certain ASINs from 1P to 3P. I guess the question here is, when you're executing, let's call it a hard pivot to 3P. Sorry, I need to make sure this doesn't keep disappearing on me. Here we go. Let's give that another go. When you're executing a hard transition to 3P, I'm not talking about like the entire account from 1P to 3P, but let's say a couple of ASINs, they're no longer profitable. 1P doesn't make sense. You're transitioning to 3P. My two-part question really here is, one, can you actually recover the sales velocity and volume that you used to enjoy on the 1P side? And the follow-up question there is, how long does that typically take? So how long is a piece of string? And probably for bonus points here, the third question is really about what are some of the watch outs and things you need to get right as you do that. Now, caveat here is we could do another hour session just on this question alone. So it'd be great just to get some pointers and practical tips here. Do you want to go first, Alexandra?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, oh man, it really depends, which I hate to say is like the start to my answer, but it really does depend on the particular SKU, where it sits in your overall portfolio, and how quickly you can kind of recover the sales. I think the biggest implication of what brings down the sales volume, at least initially, is that idea of, can you transfer over your subscriptions? Let's say it's a hero SKU that you want to do this with for whatever reason, and you need to make sure that you have that retention strategy already built in as you move it over. That's a key call out. That's also been very tricky when you're going from 1P to 3P in terms of getting that kind of recognized revenue into the subscribe and save bucket. I also think, it's nice to say you can do everything in a really quick time frame, but that build back up, depending on if you were managing your PPC and your ad campaigns previously and can actually put them into your 3P and then ramp them up that way. It's really going to come down to like a budgeting perspective. How much do you want to put into a single item or a couple of SKUs to drum back up that demand? But I have seen brands do this. We actually have a lot of brands that have gone from 1P into 3P in totality for their business due to no other option that they had. And it wasn't as much sales volume that went down. It was more around additional placements and making sure that they had things like priority shipments and making sure that the goods were actually available. Processing times between 1P and 3P, Amazon will likely never admit, but they process 1P orders and so forth more quickly when it's coming into their warehouses. So as long as you can get like a really nice stronghold of building in buffer, whether it's inventory, ramp up time of say anywhere between 2 to 3 weeks on top of a typical time frame, that can be really key to the overall success. But I think one of the biggest things is going to be, do you have access to your ad campaigns? Can you replicate them pretty closely from your 1P account into your 3P account? And then how quickly can you ramp that back up? I mentioned it in my session earlier before too. Brands get very creative with this in terms of like leveraging an existing variation that they can just tack onto. So you have the reviews benefits already built in and there's less of like a total listing takeover. There's ways you can kind of play with it and game with it, but a lot of it is just, it really is just gaming with the system at the end of the day.
Thank you. Anyone like to add anything to that question?
The only thing I'd probably say is if you forced us to choose 6 months, 12 months, or never, I'd say comp to comp, ASIN to ASIN, same media spend to same media spend, I'd probably say never. This is a rigged game. And keeping 1P typically drives more overall sales volumes in units. Now, if you're looking at moving to 3P, not because you're forced to, but because you would like to make more unit proceeds per item, then I don't think it's ever going to be comp to comp in total units. And you got to figure out the net increase you're earning from 3P versus a 1P wholesale model. But if I had to choose, I'm saying comp to comp, ASIN to ASIN, never.
I like your boldness and braveness, and just a sec, I was going to ask you to, given that you're feeling bold, what, as in percentage terms, what number would you put on it? Can you get to 70%, 50%, 40%? I mean, you're going all out here, so I might as well ask the question.
Martin just side-slacked me. He said, "Let me take this one." I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I wouldn't be able to say, right? I'm not advising on that front.
So, I mean, the placement statement is is by far the biggest issue, right? So what we don't know today is how much of a favor 1P earns you in placement. What we do know is if you take a 1P item, 2, 3P on a cold brand new account, it can take several years to get back to your BSR ranks that you've had of the past. Sorry, I thought I was brave. I started out, I was going to say 1%. Now I'm hiding. Going on.
I would agree.
I think you got some good reasons to do that. Nope.
I would agree with Ryan in the never if you don't care about getting your prices back up to map. Because I think ultimately at the end of the day, if you're trying to kind of make a hard pivot, most of the brands we talk to that are trying to do that really do want to get their pricing back up to map, which you just can't do with 1P just continuing to undercut. So if you think about it from that lens of there's going to be a time in which your volume overall will be down, but we will get your pricing back up. It's you got to kind of think of it from those angles as well. It might not be the same volume long term, but if that volume was only coming because of discounts, because of promotions, and because of price matching, that's not overall growth for the brand. That's just you've kind of positioned yourself as a discount brand on Amazon.
Sure. Good point. Really good point. Did you want to make a final contribution to answering this question, Kara? Or you're good?
I mean, maybe I'm optimistic, but Amazon's going to prefer the most profitable offer to them. So if they're making more money on the seller offer, like I've seen seller SKUs like take off pretty quickly. If I was going to be a little bit more pessimistic, I would say like 12 months, but it all depends on, can you keep the same ASIN? Are you going to maintain the same kind of rank of that ASIN? If it's a long-standing ASIN that's been around for a long time, like you have at least like a strong base to build from. I do think it actually can get up to the same volume because Amazon's algorithm rewards profitability, like period. So it just depends on what it was like as Amazon may make more on that SKU selling a 3P than they did 1P, which is beneficial for the brand. And in terms of the pricing, that all depends on what external matching is happening. If you still have channel conflict, it's going to screw you on 3P just like it did on 1P.
Yeah. That's a great perspective, Kara. Thank you for helping us close out that question. So we do need to wrap up this panel discussion today. We actually need to wrap up day one. So as we wrap up, I thought maybe a nice way to close today would be just to go around each of the panelists here today and maybe just share practical advice as we head into 2026. In other words, what are the things you're talking to your clients about right now in terms of what they should be thinking about, maybe things they should be trying differently? What can you leave with our audience that's going to be helpful to have a successful 2026 on the Amazon vendor platform? Martin, would you like to kick off?
Yeah, of course. Happy to. Look, I think one of the kind of key elements, right, that I was hinting upon earlier is, first of all, right, make conscious decisions around your investments and the viability of them in the mid to long term, because I think a lot of brands are heads over tail in a lot of decisions just to kind of unlock short-term growth, but they are not necessarily ready to deal with the consequences when next year negotiations come around again, and they're actually having to kind of recoup a lot of those investments that were given to Amazon today. Think of any investments that you give to Amazon as a dollar that you spend not only once, but multiple times, and thereby also merge the conversations away from net PPM more towards, okay, how can you really drive a sustainable bottom line for yourself as well as for Amazon? And that would mean CM. So bring those supply chain conversations, bring those packaging conversations, exclusive products, PDP content that reduces customer return rates to the table, and then also be very bold about your ask from Amazon and why you're holding firm on not increasing your investments unless you see really a significant value exchange in return.
Fantastic. Thank you, Martin. Very solid advice. Appreciate that. Over to you, Kara.
I'm actually going to suggest something off Amazon. And I think Alexandra may sync with me here, but I've had really good success recently with my clients who are established brands spinning up their own TikTok channels. So this is not just talking about, influencers or whatever, but investing to get content creators in place internally to develop your own organic TikTok presence. If you compare it with TikTok Shop, great. Right now, one of my clients, their TikTok Shop is growing 4x what their Amazon is. And it's not like a super cheap product. It's just doing really, really well. And then since implementing TikTok and spinning that up, they've actually seen a strong halo effect on Amazon. So the benefits of this is it starts to kind of diversify your risk a little bit, like Martin was talking about earlier. It also takes a little bit of the money out of Amazon ads pocket, because you can look at driving and diversifying your traffic and offsetting where you might have high CPC costs. But, ads is so saturated that you need to go where customers are discovering product. And I think the last stat I saw is over 70% of customers discover products on social. And then for TikTok, at least the number one purchase destination is still Amazon, but TikTok Shop is climbing up. So it's diversifying your risk, diversifying your traffic channels, and looking to reach customers with that kind of features and benefits message outside of just a little ad. Really
interesting. I saw Alexandra nodding.
It's like Front Row does this really well. So that's why I was like, Alexandra, you're going to be mad at me because I take it.
She was nodding. I saw in the backstage, she was nodding violently and agreeing with you.
I was. It was violent. I'll go to this. Yeah, so I mean, I completely agree. I think having that, knowing where your consumer is the most important thing in order to have growth on Amazon at this stage. The model in which you're selling on Amazon, you have to think on the consumer side, which Amazon 100% is always the consumer first. You have to be where they are. So what's interesting that I think people don't fully realize is whether it's TikTok Shop or even just affiliate marketing off Amazon, how that's fueling the channel, it's giving you insight into who your consumer is and how they're researching your product if they've never purchased your item or your brand before. Understanding that can be a really key leveraging point if you're talking with, say, your 1P manager as well, to get certain activations from them or what it looks like, because you can put the proof behind, I'm spending this off channel, I'm seeing, 8x growth. I'm not seeing that on Amazon and I'm spending triple the amount. So what's not really working here? And I do think Amazon tends to play the game of just spend more money on channel and it's fine. That just simply doesn't work on the platform anymore due to the way the categories are saturated and just kind of how all brands are expanding within social. So really understanding that and knowing you can kind of game around a little bit off platform and it will impact Amazon almost directly. That's going to be a key way for brands and just anyone to grow on the channel in general long term, regardless of if you're 1P, 3P, or some sort of hybrid setup.
Thank you, Alexandra. That's great. And as I said before, Ryan, we'll save the best till last. Words of advice, wisdom for our audience as we head into 2026.
Wow, thank you. Don't worry, I won't say TikTok, but I will give a little wrinkle on TikTok. I think what's interesting is when you incorporate AWD, Buy with Prime, MCF, there is this trap, this value trap for many brands to extend into TikTok pretty considerably through those programs. We're also seeing a bunch of brands adopt Buy with Prime, the Steve Maddens of the world, the Adidases of the world. So there's definitely this push outside the walls to own the supply chain from Amazon's perspective. The other thing that I think that's really fascinating to watch right now is Amazon's takedown of Trade Desk, right? So media placement fees are much lower within Amazon, specifically on DSP versus Trade Desk. So we're seeing a lot of market share loss there. And you're also seeing a lot of coverage around the fact that they have access to the Roku audience, the Netflix audience, et cetera. And I think we're seeing a lot of interesting points. And then the last thing that I just leave you with that I think is fascinating to see is how we're handling generative engines. And I'm not talking about Rufus. We all know about Rufus. I'm not talking about Walmart Spark. We all know about Spark. I'm talking more so about the way that they're handling citations and references. So the ChatGPTs of the world, the Claudes, the Perplexities. Amazon's come out very clearly and said, we will block you. They've even sued Perplexity, whereas Target and Walmart have adopted them and let them scrape them endlessly. And you see it in a lot of the citation and the reference data. So I think it's just a fascinating place to watch and see how it evolves. So those are kind of what we're talking about and thinking about.
Thank you, Ryan. Very thoughtful and provoking ideas there. So no doubt 2026 is going to be a fascinating and very interesting year. Hopefully there's also some incremental profit to be gained for Amazon vendors. That is always the challenge. But yeah, with that, I just want to thank each and every one of you so much for investing the time to speak today, to prepare the materials, and also making yourselves available as part of this panel. Thank you so much, and best wishes for 2026. I'm sure we'll reconnect again.
Thank you.
Thanks
Nice
for
to
having
meet
us,
the three of
Paul.
you.
Thanks everyone joining.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. I suddenly feel very lonely again today. But, as I mentioned before, huge thank you to all of our guest speakers today. I'm really grateful for the work they've put in and bringing you very valuable content. But of course, also thank all of you for attending from all around the world. I know it's been a busy Q4, so I appreciate you guys making the time, contributing in the form of questions, showing up, leaning in. The energy and the excitement today has been really fantastic, which really is what makes an event like this work, right? Now, we didn't get to every single question I wanted to today. We had a lot of coming through the chats and the comments, but don't worry. This is actually a 2-day event. So we get to do this all again tomorrow, but then with an entirely new set of topics and speakers. And we'll make sure that any themes or questions that weren't answered today will be answered again tomorrow across the sessions and at the panel at the end of day 2. Now, just a really quick look of what you can expect tomorrow as part of day 2. Day 2 is kicking off at 9 a.m. GMT. So we're starting in the morning in Europe on Wednesday the 10th. Day 2 is really designed to take everything we've covered today and push it into the levers that will protect and grow your profitability in 2026. We'll open with a bit of a quick reset from me, and then we'll go straight into negotiation mindset strategy in winning without surrender with Asha. And then we're getting very practical on the money side with fixing profit leaks on Amazon Vendor Central. From there, as we head into the morning, we shift into performance enablement, how to maximize value from AVS. It's a topic that came up a little bit today, and how to build a better relationship with your vendor manager. And then we're even getting into models like merchant of record or 2P models and asking ourselves, do they make sense? Are they good alternatives, alongside some of the hybrid strategies that we discussed today? After that, we're going to lean into execution at scale, EU vendor logistics, and how to run Vendor Central profitably across Europe. And then lastly, we'll look at a vendor turnaround playbook for brands that needing to reset their trajectory fast. And we'll close out with a peak period readiness session so you're operationally set for the biggest trade events and windows in 2026. And we'll close the day with another Amazon vendor panel with experts, completely new panel, but again, the same idea in terms of ask anything you want. So please do join us again tomorrow at 9 a.m. GMT. It's going to be another very practical day. We'll make sure that we'll carry all of the open questions from today forward to tomorrow. All right, I've spoken enough for day 1. Thanks again for being part of day 1. Get some rest. I look forward to seeing you all on day 2. Thank you and goodbye for now. Take care.